Welcome back to the Tiger Sports Live Stream Network. We are seconds, I should say minutes away from starting the second session of the Boys State Tournament for wrestling. We'll be picking up with 2A when that does get into play here. So we're just going to be kind of silent on the air in 5 minutes at 2:30. We'll do a introduction on the 1410 KGRN when they come online. So until then, we'll just kind of be in the pause section here, and we'll keep everybody up to date. You're watching high school state wrestling championships on the Tiger Sports Livestream Network and simulcast on KGRN at the bottom and the top of the hour. All right, welcome back to the Tiger Sports Livestream Network. I'm going to give you your live update for KGRN. As we did all morning, we'll be bringing you updates at the bottom and the top of the hour. I don't know why I said it that way, but we'll be going directional. So right now, this is your 2:30 update to give you a little bit of caption what's going on. Dave Kaizen is going to be joining me here shortly, but as a recap, is a great morning session for the 1A. We had wrestlers from BGM, Belle Plaine, East Marshall, HLV, Linville, Sully, North Mahaska, and Montezuma. And also want to give a shout out to these live updates are brought to you by Colwell Automation and Compass Memorial. So thank you to those banner sponsors as we get going. Matches are just kind of getting ready here. We don't have anyone wrestling quite yet, but as you look at the screen, Mat 2's already been taken off, and we are wrestling live. So I'll have Dave Kaizen joining me here shortly when he gives a buzz. We're trying to get all of our apparatus and computers and everything charged up so we could be online and in line what we need to be. But as we got for the afternoon session, Grinnell is going to be having 4 wrestlers. Of those 4 wrestlers, it's going to be Eli Feifer, Jack at 120. 144 will be Jack Vitec. 150 will be Alex Feifer. And 190, Josh Wringler. South Tama will be also adding at the 175 weight class Marcus Bear. And then Williamsburg has a whole slate of them, 7 of them. So joining at 106, Weston Dreos. 113, Riker Dwit. 132, Hayden Albaugh. 157, Sawyer Kirby. 165, Kyler Wade. 175, Brady Greer. And 285, Carson Greer. So currently on the mat right now, looks like we are getting ready to get started. Weston Dreos is going to be on mat number 8. So as we wait for things to get rolling here, Weston has actually jumped out. He's a freshman coming in at 26 and 14. He's jumped out to a 3-0 lead. And we'll kind of let things catch up here. Our next one that will be coming out will be 113. That'll be for Williamsburg, Riker Dwit. Again, while these guys are just getting started, give a shout out to some of our sponsors. As I just see right there, Weston just took a nice, he's finishing it off. He's got a leg, a single leg. Oh, he's dropped over. He's got both of them in his hands. He's trying to work around as Shear made the shoot on him. Actually, Weston's been able to get out of it. He's spun around. He's getting on the back side. So he's on top, and that's where he's going to finalize his 3 points and keep working at it. He's working to get around the bottom side, grabbing his left arm, trying to get him straightened out. Reaches across, arm bar on the front chest, trying to get him pulled over to roll him. And Shear gets out, so he gets an escape point. So now we're sitting at 3-1. As you're watching along, you can see online, you'll see all the dates, or not all the dates, you'll see all the scores updating by the 8 mats that are out there. And you'll see as they come out of it, Weston is able to get escape away, so he is actually at 4-1, and he's going to start down in the second period. As he jumps up, there's where he gets his escape, gets pushed away from Shear. As I mentioned, Dreos is a freshman, 26 and 14 on the year. And we'll stay right here live with this match as we keep going on 1410 KGRN. This is part of our live update section. We'll, again, as I mentioned, we'll be here at the bottom and the top of every hour for the rest of the afternoon. I'm looking that we'll probably be roughly 6:30, maybe 7 o'clock hour. The first session ran four hours, and we'll kind of go from there. All All right, I'm going to go ahead and add in Dave. He's all charged up. He's ready to go.
Not available. Please leave your...
You hear me, Dave?
Yes.
Okay. Got Dave Kaizen back online here. So we are on, Dave, mat number 8 with Weston Dreos from Williamsburg, which is now at a 10-1 advantage over Hayden Shear.
Doing a nice job. Right now he's riding with 37 seconds left in the match. And Hayden Shear gets an escape, makes the score 10-2. And they both stepped out of bounds when Hayden threw him to his back with 10 seconds left. So it didn't count. And that could have changed things in a hurry as a headlock. And there's the end of the match with Weston Dreos from Williamsburg winning 10-2. He will be taking on Anderson Osgood from Solon, a sophomore that is 42-3.
That will be his next match.
113 pounds. Riker Dwit from Williamsburg has a bye, so we'll see him next round. At 120 pounds, which will be coming up fairly soon, we have Eli Feifer, a sophomore from Grinnell, is 30-22. He will be taking on Brady Black, an 11th grader from Glenwood, who's 41-14.
It's a back point too. Oh wow. Yeah.
102.16.
Benny Anderson down here on the
Okay. All right, so as we're getting that, let me go over again. So for Grinnell, we're going to have at 120 Eli Feifer, 144 Jack Vitec, 150 Alex Feifer, and 190 Josh Wringler. For South Tama, they have 175 Marcus Bear. And for Williamsburg, 106, we just listened to Weston Dreos win over Hayden Shear from Clear Lake 10-2. Next up will be Riker Dwit, which he has a bye, so he won't be next up. So we'll be jumping to Eli Feifer when that time comes. And then down to 132, Williamsburg has Hayden Albaugh. 157, Sawyer Kirby. 165, Kyler Wade. 175, Brady Greer. And 285, Carson Greer. So those are the ones that will be coming up as we're watching and listening live on our break here for KGRN's live update. Why don't we go ahead and we'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll be right back after we hear a word from our sponsors. 2 minutes. Okay, so Riker DeWitt has a bye. And we already know he's going to wrestle Cale Brown from West Liberty because he pinned his guy in minute 54. Brackets around that guy. Brody Black from Glenwood is who Eli Feifer is going to be wrestling.
Which is going to be a tough match for him because he's 41-14. Junior. They're all tough matches up here.
Yeah, they are. All right, welcome back for those who are on our live update with KGRN. So as we bring it back, we're still just kind of filling in the blanks. We do know, so for Williamsburg, Riker DeWitt, which had a bye this round, when he comes back to do his do the second round, he's going to be wrestling Caleb Brown from West Liberty. Eli Feifer is going to be wrestling next up at the 120, which we're starting to get some 120s starting to trickle in. He'll be on mat 3. Wrestling Brody Black from Glenwood. So that'll be the next Grinnellian, or we should say local person coming up on the agenda here. Let's give a shout out to some of these sponsors. Linder Tire, Light Insurance Agency, Patriot Realty, Security Title and Escrow Services, Montezuma State Bank, Fidelity Bank and Trust, First State Bank of the many locations of Brooklyn, Montezuma, New Sharon, Grinnell, Thornburn Inc., Corey Hall Photography, Manats, Brooklyn Medical Center, Brooklyn Mutual Telecommunications Corp. Or Co-op, Dayton Meat Products, 641 Apparel and Sully, Jenko Industries, Star Auto, Sully Transport, Kevin Durbin State Farm, Grinnell Mutual, Brown Shoe Fit, Partner Communications Cooperative, Thighs, Motor Group, Sunny Hill Care Center, Ullman Furniture, and Compass Memorial. Thank you very much for all those sponsors bringing this to you live on your KGRN update. So that's going to conclude our live update here on KGRN at the 2:40 or 2:30 mark. We'll be back at 3 o'clock with another update as we keep moving along here. Our stream's going to be running all the way to the end of the night, so feel free to join us at any time, and we'll keep you updated. So this is Dan Walker and Dave Kaizen signing off for this update, and we'll see you again at 3 o'clock. Okay, Dave. So Matt 3, Feifer, and Black are getting ready.
Yes.
They're in it.
Yes. Minute 30 seconds left. No score. Trying to feel each other out. Eli had a hand. Kid from Glenwood shook, and Brody was able to power through Eli to take him down for a 3-point lead. They come back to the center with Eli getting set. Brody covering. Brody's trying to get a chicken wing, doesn't get it. Now he's trying to do a cross face. Trying to pull him over. And doing it, he's getting near fall points. And he got 2. Now that near fall was out of criteria. We're done. Now he's got a chicken wing. The referee's telling him to keep it legal. And he runs him over to his back, getting near fall points again. And that ends the first period. So another 4 points. So that makes it 9-0 in favor of Brody Black from Glenwood. Eli's choice. He defers. Brody takes down. He'll cover him, see what happens. Brody goes for a reversal and stands up. They go out of bounds, so he'll go back down with no change. He'll go back down in the center of the mat. They get him started again. This time, at least Black's still able to get up and gets the escape. Eli comes in and shoots for his legs, can't get it, goes up for an upper body as they go out of bounds. Go back to the middle. In neutral position. Collar ties. Nobody's really doing much. And Brody does a swing under to try and get to the single leg. Can't. Eli moves, and so he doesn't get it. Eli tries to come in. Block drops. Brody drops down, prevent him. Has him in a front headlock. Has Eli in a front headlock. Eli comes and pushes him out of bounds, and they go back to the center neutral. .56 seconds left in the second period. Score 10-0. Eli has his hand. He snaps it down. Comes in. Brody tries to throw him, can't. And they go out of bounds, and we go back to the middle in neutral. in the center. They get started in neutral position. Forehead to forehead. Brody tries to swing him by. Can't. Get the collar ties going. I reaches. Doesn't get anything. Rock shoots through. Just does a beautiful duck under. And that's the end of the period. Saved by the bell. He goes into the third period, 10-0. It's Eli's choice, and he chooses neutral. Brody has a really nice duck under to get to the legs. Just not able to finish it. Eli does an excellent job of countering it, and they go out of bounds. Eli fakes. Brock seems to know what he wants to do when Eli fakes again, and Brock tries to swing in for that move. Eli said, I've seen it 3 times. We're going to block this one. And he does. They come back up to their feet. Kind of pulls him out of position. Eli goes in for a carry, not able to get it. Brody Brooks blocks him from that and then swings around on top of him, gets a takedown, so it's 13-0. 46 seconds left in third. One more takedown or one more near fall, and there's a stalling call on Eli. Brody has a chicken wing in, has the other arm, gets it loaded. Eli's doing a great job of fighting it off, and Brody loses it. Takes his arm to the other side. Decides he doesn't want that. Starts to get it. He gets up to his base and then goes back down to his stomach. And that's the end of the third period, where Brody Black from Glenwood leads 13-0 over Eli Feifer. So Eli Feifer will wrestle again in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, against the loser of the second round.
All right. Next up, we're going to be looking for on the 132 side, which we have a few of them already on deck. Hayden Albaugh from Williamsburg.
He's going to take on Carson Reinhardt from ninth grader from Humboldt. That is 37-14.
And that'll be on mat 7. For those that are trying to follow along. So mat 7 online, if you're watching on YouTube, that would be the dead center bottom one as that shakes out there. This is 175.
Up on mat number 2 at 126. Jasper Slumberg, Jose. Weston Gaston, Union of Port City. Slumberg, Jose. Gaston, Union of Port City. Now wrestling back. 126.
As we're waiting for some of our guys to come up.
132. Gabriel Steer. Suction Davenport. Conrad Weedman. Nike Hartford. Steer. Suction Davenport. Weedman. Nike Hartford. 132. Go up on that. 132.
Starting to get a few of the 132 pounders. Unfortunately, Hayden is all the way down at the bottom. He will be the last of the 132 pounders to wrestle.
132.
Well, I guess really he's only 1 minute and 4 seconds away from wrestling because he's on mat 7, or he's going to be on mat 7.
He's going to be on mat 7.
Number 5, 132.
For everybody watching online, YouTube, so as the way that the whole thing kind of falls out, you'll see there at the top of the screen of if they pull it off and someone's won or lost, you'll see those up at the very top. They'll scroll and they set themselves into place. Down on the bottom is mats 1 through 8. Who's ever out there that's currently wrestling right now. And as we said earlier, we're waiting for mat 7, which are 6, 5, 4 seconds left. And that's where Hayden Albaugh will be coming up onto that mat. Looks like Mason Goffrey from Decorah 1-10-4 over Jackson Port from Albernet. So they should be cycling that mat here very shortly.
Which they are. They do a really good job of getting the wrestlers to the mat. They're already to the mat. They go out and put their ankle bands on. As soon as the have the ankle bands on and the bench is ready, they will start it up. So we get ready, and here we go. They shake hands. Hayden is wrestling Carson Reinhardt from Humboldt. Carson switches in, gets a single leg. Hayden has the whizzer in. Carson comes up for the head, doesn't get it. Still has the whizzer in. Now he comes up, gets the cradle locked up. The referee's still saying no control yet. Carson still has his one leg in. And they go out of bounds. Neutral position. Nice fight for Hayden, just keep it from getting a takedown. Giving up a takedown. Does a swing. Doesn't come up with it. Makes kind of a shot. And Hayden's able to catch him, or Carson's able to catch him coming in. Hayden kind of does a carry. That doesn't work. They go back up. Carson does a slide by. Hayden tries to do a trip where they're close to the bench, and then he reaches in and shoots him out of bounds. Going back to the middle, neutral position. Hayden reaches. Carson comes through. Doesn't get anything. 30 seconds left in the first period. No score. Carson reaches for a ankle picks, not there.
IB is a strong partner of the IHSAA.
And they go out of bounds. Neutral position, coming back to the middle. A lot of action, no scoring.
A lot of action, and as our live update on 1410 KGRN just starts on right now, title sponsor Colwell Automation of Montezuma and Compass Memorial. So we have a Williamsburg wrestler, Hayden Albaugh, taking on, where is was Carson
Carson Reinhardt out of
from
Humboldt.
Humboldt.
And 0-0 score going in. They flip the coin. Hayden's going to go down. We'll see if he can escape. Get it started. Stands up. And he gets escape. So he leads 1-0. Carson comes in, gets a single leg. Hayden's trying to roll him, and he does, but referee's still waving it off. He almost had it. Hayden comes up with a single leg, does a trip, and gets the takedown. Nice second and third effort by Hayden to get the takedown. It didn't work the first. He just kept working and working and working. And Carson stands up. They go out of bounds. Carson will be down. As we get ready to start back in the middle, Carson set. Hayden's coming on, and they start. Hayden jams him, does a nice job of keeping him so he cannot move. Carson tries a little swing around. So far, Hayden's still got possession. There's an escape for Carson, so it makes it 4-1. With a minute left in the second period as we're collar ties. Hayden reaches for him. Carson was ready for it. They come back up to their feet. Carson does a nice job Hayden does a nice job of swinging around, get to the leg. Got a 3-point takedown again, 7-1 now, with 24 seconds left. Hopefully he can ride him out. It's breaking him down. 15 seconds left in the second period. 10 seconds now as he gets his hand. Carson is able to get Hayden's hand over his head. Hayden is able to block it off. Going into the third period with a 7-1 lead.
You're listening live on KGRN 1410 of Hayden Albaugh from Williamsburg and Carson Reinhardt from Humboldt.
And they start neutral, start the third period. Collar ties. Hayden comes in, doesn't get there, trying to get back up, and Carson is keeping him from doing that. Carson tries to reach for an ankle pick. Hayden blocks that off, so there's nothing doing. Carson does a nice carry because Carson's feet hit the floor. That is, they go out of bounds. So we're going back to the center and neutral with a minute and 30 seconds left. Hayden shoots for it, doesn't get it. Carson tries to reshoot, and neither one of them are really doing anything. Hayden's trying to get a dump. Has Carson on his hip. No points yet. Still fighting. Still takedown. Oh. They're trying to go out of bounds. Hayden's trying to pull him back in. He has to have both legs. Pulls him up into a single. Drops down to a double. And he gives up the three. He gets the three three takedown points. So Hayden Albaugh, as they continue to fight on the edge of the mat, is up 10-1 with 26 seconds left in the third period. 18 seconds left as he's riding him well with hand across the shoulder. Carson stands up, and Hayden is able to roll him down to his shoulders. It's 4 near fall as time runs out. So he wins 14-1.
138. Johnny Hayden Albaugh. Hayden left, Roland Story. Hayden Albaugh left, Roland Story. Now wrestling match number 4 at 138.
Right now, as it stands, the Williamsburg wrestlers are
Number 3 at 138.
2 for 2 of who's wrestled this afternoon.
West Liberty, Osborne, Vinton Shelford, Griffith, West Liberty.
Next up for the area wrestles, we'll be looking at the 144 bracket for Jack Vitec. He'll be wrestling Jaden Bucknell. But what we're going to do is we're going to take our break early, and hopefully they will be back running when they get here. So how about we go ahead and take a 2-minute break and hear a word from our sponsors. And I'll tell you right now, you're listening live to Boys State Wrestling at the Iowa State Wrestling Tournament, live from the Casey Center in Des Moines, Iowa. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Now wrestling match number 7 at 138.
It's not as much on your eyeballs when you only got to look for these certain amount opposed to that 1A. Holy cats, Dave. Our eyes were going 100 different directions.
Yep. We'll get you trained. You'll have to lead us in because I can't hear anything.
Okay. Yeah, we're sitting. We still have 54 seconds before we bring them back from their commercial break. I'm just trying to go through. There's slowly.
Now wrestling match number 6 at 138. Grayson Grell, Central Switch. Cooper Long, West Delaware, Manchester. Grell, Central Switch. Long, West Delaware, Manchester. Now wrestling match number 6 at 138. Now wrestling match number 1 at 150. Jackson Kirkhoff. Humboldt. Tipton, Flores, Albia. Kirkhoff. Humboldt. Flores, Albia. Now wrestling match number 1 at 150.
All right, welcome back those that are listening on the live update from AM 1410 KGRN. We are sitting at 3:09 in the afternoon, coming to you live from the Casey Center in Des Moines, Iowa. As I was just looking at the forecast, Dave, that looks like there's a little bit of white snowflakes that could be falling outside when the doors open up after this session is done. Not that everyone.
It was raining. It was sprinkling as I was coming in.
Yeah, not that anyone is surprised on any comments like that when we hit the 3-week period of the state wrestling, state basketball for girls, and state basketball for boys. That's a common thing that happens. Lead us up and give us 65-degree weather right up until then, and then boom, slam the door and let it start snowing. And hopefully everyone is able to drive home safely. Okay, so we are in the hold period right now, waiting for Jack Vitec, 144, which he will be on mat 2. Currently, Hayden Roush from Shenandoah is leading 10-3 over Caleb Vincent from Humboldt. Approximately six seconds left in that second period. So that's where Jack will be showing up next, and he'll be taking on Jaden Bucknell for his next opponent. While we got a little bit of lull here, let's give a shout out to some more sponsors that are bringing this to us live on KGRN. Lender Tire, Lights Insurance Agency, Patriot Realty in Brooklyn, Montezuma, Linville, Sully, and Grinnell. Security, Title, and Escrow Services, Montezuma State Bank, Fidelity Bank and Trust, Colwell Automation, First State Bank with banks in Montezuma, Brooklyn, Linville, Sully, and Grinnell. We mentioned Thombert in Brooklyn, Corey Hall Photography, Manats, Brooklyn Medical, Brooklyn Mutual, Telecommunications Co-op, Dayton Meats, 641 Apparel in Sully, Janko Industries, Star Auto, Sully Transport, Kevin Durbin State Farm, Grinnell Mutual, Brown Shoe Fit, Draw Insurance Agency, and Thighs Motor Group. Kind of carries out. And then we also have Sunny Hill Care Center right there with Administrator Megan Thiessen, for those that are listening. Williamsburg Ullman Furniture. Williamsburg's well represented in this Class 2A second session with 7 wrestlers that have advanced from their district area. But as we sit here patiently waiting, we have about, 56 seconds left in the third period on mat 2.
Well, that's just Marble U, and out of the tunnel here is
Queued up here on my computer. Also, let's kind of give a brief update. Dave, you chime in as soon as that, and I'm going to turn my eyes to what happened this morning. So, total, we had 20 wrestlers that we brought over, and we covered this morning on session number 1. BGM brought Brock York, which lost his first round and then lost in his second round, so he is done for the day. BGM also brought over Sully Thompson, which he lost his first round to Connor Stiles of Earlham, and his second round he lost in a fall to Dawson Allen. So those two are done for the day, unfortunately, for BGM. Belle Plaine wrestlers brought Brody Hosick. He lost to Keaton Whitrock of Manson, and then his second round he wrestled Jacob Lawson, and then he was also pinned, so his day is over also. Belle Plaine also advanced William Sancock, which lost his first round to Brady Brosh from Don Bosco 10-1. His second round, he did come out the winner, so he is going to advance, and he will be wrestling back this afternoon. He beat Evan Erpenbach of West Lyon in a time of 2:56. And I just heard a Grinnell pull up, so let's roll back over to mat 2. Looks like it's queued up, and that's Jack Vitec from Grinnell at a 28-18 record versus Jaden Bucknell from...
As Jaden shoots in, Jack is able to fend it off, go back standing neutral. Kind of a roundabout head slap from Jaden. There's a fake there from Jaden, and Jack's able to fend it off. Fake. There's a fake from Jaden. There's a shot from Jaden. He gets in on a single leg. Jack is fighting it off. He's got a whizzer in. Comes in and is doing a carry and got caught on his back. And he's got, gives up the 3 takedown and 4 near fall. And Jaden swings around. So it's now 7-0. As he's putting the half Nelson on, got a leg in for a crossbody ride, putting in a power half. Takes it back out. Jack's on his knees. Wings it down, steps across. Gets a reversal. If he can hold on to the arm. And they run out of time. But that evens up the score a little bit. It's 7-2 in the last few seconds. Red's choice. Defer. So the Jack's good.
So 7-2 as we go into that second period. It is 1 minute past our live update time. I'll give this decision back to Ron McCarthy in the studio. If he likes to stay with us, we can go ahead and finish this Grinnell match out. But in other words, if the radio station goes ahead and ends it, then you can switch back over to the YouTube channel and listen to also. So thank you for joining us on that live update. And like I said, depending on what's going on at the radio station, they may keep us on and we'll finish this match out with Jack Vitec and Jaden Bucknell.
As he did a nice job of reversing him, put him in the cradle, just turned him, just couldn't hold him there long enough to get the near fall points. Still has the cradle. Now he gives it up. And Jaden is trying to go out the back door. Jack is getting really high and he gets reversed. So the score is now 9-4 with 55 seconds left in the second period. Jaden has a Turk in, trying to get him turned over. Not a lot happening, but Jack is getting turned over closer and closer. And there's near fall points. And a 4 count. Points won't be awarded until after they get out of the condition. Switches it off to a half Nelson, and Jaden is able to secure the fall in 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Did a nice job of switching off of the Turk to a half Nelson and is able to get the fall. 3 minutes and 48 seconds. So Jaden will wrestle again later on against the loser of one of the next round matches.
So next up, which they are already starting to stage. So it looks like Alex Feifer is going to be on mat 5, which they're in the third period at 1:33 into that bout. Check that one, 1:08, counting down.
Barrett Morgan, Algona. Van Bison, Centerville. Morgan, Algona, Bison, Centerville, South Wrestling.
Sawyer Kirby is now coming up on mat 7. He will be wrestling Jacob Vance from Osage.
And as we talked about this morning, it's all about who's scheduled on mats, and if those mats have quick wins or falls and stuff or pins, that mat has assignment and it just keeps going. So
Now wrestling mat number 6 at 157. Now on mat number 7 at 157. Jacob Vance, Osage.
Trying to set up a throw, can't get it.
Vance, Osage. Kirby, Wringler. Now wrestling mat number
Sawyer was, but they split. Now Jacob Vance comes in, shoots for a single, doesn't get it.
Kitzenbaugh, Washington. Franklin, Albernet. Kitzenbaugh, Washington.
Osage young man goes down to a knee. Now we're still pushing on the heads. Hand fighting. Jacob tries to get a 2-on-1 and he can't, but Jacob does get it, eventually gets it 2-on-1 Russian. Sawyer gets out of it. Has an overhook, but nobody is able to do anything with. 30 seconds left in the first period. No takedown. Sawyer shoots in, but doesn't get close. Comes back up. Backs out of it.
Mason, Whitholm, Gilbert, Gibson, Decora, Whitholm, Gilbert, now wrestling at number 4 at 157.
Still hand fighting. 10 seconds left.
5 at 150. Alex Feifer.
Osage young man drops down to a knee, comes back up.
Gibson, Decora, now wrestling at number 5 at 150. Now up on mat number 8 at 160.
Mat number 5, Alex Feifer, that is just getting started. 35-21 on the year versus Grant Knutson, a freshman out of Decorah, 37-9.
As Brent from Decorah got a takedown, almost got him turned, could not. On mat 7, Sawyer was down, was able to get out. So he's ahead 1-0. Alex Feifer's in kind of a scramble position with the Decorah young man having his leg.
Now up on mat number 3.
Referee calls a stalemate. We'll go back and Alex will be down. Cora says, I think I can take you down, so we're going to let you have an escape. So it's 3-1 in favor of Brent Knutson from Decorah. He shoots in. Doesn't get it. Alex is able to fight it off. Back neutral.
Now up on mat number 4 at 175. Brody Movement, Assumption down the court.
Alex is.
He's center. Movement. Assumption down the court.
Brant shoots in again.
Mat number 4 at 175.
Is in between Alex's legs. And they're fighting. No points yet, the referee says.
Score update back there on mat 7 between Osage's Jacob Vance and Williamsburg's Sawyer Kirby. It's sitting at a 1-0. Well, actually, just got a takedown, so 4-0.
And he's gotten back points. He won't award them until they get done with the and there's the end of the period. So now he'll get the back points. Makes it 8-0 at the end of period 2. Osage's choice. Osage is going neutral. Alex starts down on mat 5.
Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 157.
Down 3-1. Young man from Decorah is doing a good job of riding. Alex stands up. He gets an escape. 3-2. Decorah shoots in. Alex is able to bring him over, but because they are close to the score place, they stop it for out of bounds. Score table. On mat number 7, Osage boys pushing in. Changing it up. A minute left on mat 5, where Alex Feifer is wrestling Brant Knutson. He gets in on the leg and is able to get the takedown. Brant is from Decorah, and that gives him a 6-2 lead. on mat 7. There's a takedown for Sawyer, making it 11-1 with 28 seconds left. Then there's a reversal by Osage. 22 seconds left in the 20 seconds left in the third period. And that ends period 2. 6-2 lead for Brant Knudsen over Alex Feifer at this time.
Back
Going
on
to start neutral in the third period.
Yeah, back on mat 7. That is that a final 11-3? 12-3.
12-3. As 12-3, back on mat 5. 6-2. Minute 38. Brent from Decor's done a nice job of shooting in on the leg, getting to Alex's legs. Got 2 takedowns that way.
Now wrestling at number 7 of 157. Now on that number 2 of 165.
And to make it easy, follow right after Alex Pfeiffer's match is done, we'll have Kyler Wade from Williamsburg versus Christopher Meyer come right up on the same mat. So we won't have to pivot our head too much.
Ethan Schultz, North Fayette Valley. Cooper Gates, West Branch. Schultz, North Fayette Valley. Gates, West Branch. Now wrestling at number 3 at 165.
Problem is for Alex is, you know, you got to shoot. Grant knows that too. Alex shoots the reaches in. Needs to narrow the gap. There's a stalling call on Grant, but still neutral as they go out of bounds.
Now up on match number 4 at 175. Easton Fire, Prairie, Northfield Mount. Peyton Freeman, Eddyville, Lakesburg, Freeman. Fire, Prairie, Northfield Downs.
And there's another stalling call on Decorah.
Now wrestling back number 4.
Gives Alex another point, but it's 6-3 at the end of the match. Alex will wrestle again in an hour and a half or so. So Grinnell has one more wrestler left on this front. He has the bye. So 3 of the Grinnell wrestlers have wrestled this round.
And now we're going to jump. We'll just stay right there on that mat because that is going to be right with picking up Williamsburg. Sawyer. Nope, we did Sawyer already. This is Kyler Wade, which will be coming on to the mat 5 where we just followed up with. So we're going to stick right there.
Kyler Wade will be kicking on Christopher Meyer from Independence. So shake hands and get started.
A lot of action going on right now. So
collar ties. Christopher pulls him down. Can't get him enough out of position. So they go back to the stand up. Reaching, fighting for hand position. Christopher shoots in on a single leg. Kyler tries to kick out. Christopher had a nice single. Was able to cover it, get the other leg. So he got a takedown. And he lets him go. So it's 3-1.
If you're just tuning in on 1410 KJRN, Thank you for joining us. Our title sponsor, Colwell Automation in Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. We're in process right now with Matt, which is a 165 bout, 2A, with Kyler Wade from Williamsburg and Christopher Meyer from Independence.
As Christopher has got 2 swing-in singles, able to get them. And Kyler got an escape, so it's 6-1 with 25 seconds left in the first period. Does a tilt. For 3 near fall. 4 near fall, makes it 10-1. And Red's choice. He defers. Goes to Green. Green chooses down. He gets set. Kyler's going to be ready to ride him. He covers him. They get started. Christopher tries to come up. Can't. Comes up again. Wade. Kyler turns him loose. 11-1. Kyler comes in and shoots. Christopher is a long, tall boy, so even though Kyler is in and shooting on him, he's got a single. If he can pick it up and pull it in. Trying to switch to a double. Kyler turns around, breaks the hand grip, gets the takedown. It's 14-1. Christopher has a 14-1 lead. Has a butcher working on turning him over. 2 count. And it's getting tight, and there's the fall. So Christopher Meyer wins by fall in 2 minutes and 50 seconds over Kyler Wade of Williamsburg. Score was 14-1 before that happened, but the fall ends the match in 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
NHTV. Try Clark Shackleton. NHTV. Now wrestling match number 1 at 165. Now up on match number 4 at 190. Jacob House, Ledwood.
So we'll be waiting for 165 pounds. Kyler Wade from Williamsburg will be wrestling. That was it.
That one just figured.
That was just done.
So now we're going to bounce over. We should be looking at mat 3, which would be Marcus Bear from South Tama taking on Tyson Stengel. And then drop down to, I think he's already on the mat, Brady Greer at mat 6 from Williamsburg at 35 and 15 is going to take on Drevin Smith, a junior from Atlantic, which is 46 and 15. So mat 6 is just getting started right now. Again, thank you for joining us on the live update half an hour from, or not half hour, but we're at the bottom of the hour. Shout out to Colwell Automation in Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. Ullman Furniture, a proud sponsor from Williamsburg, Iowa, along with all the other fine sponsors we have. Lender Tire, Lights Insurance Agency, Patriot Realty in many towns, Security Title and Escrow Services, Montezuma State Bank, Fidelity Bank and Trust, First State Bank of its local supporting towns. Are they just putting on, there must be a hold on that mat 6.
No,
there they
it's
go. They're
wrestling.
in. Okay.
As he got a takedown, took him down to his back. And then he should have had near fall points and the other young man got a reversal and got 2 near fall points. He got another reversal, and eventually he will get 4 near fall points. Score's 9-4, and we haven't wrestled 50 seconds yet. Nothing like a little bit of action to keep us going. got the half in. Brady Greer does, trying to pull him back in and tilt him, and he does, as long as he's got a toe in and down. And there's a fall. Brady Greer wins by fall in 1:13 seconds. 1:13 seconds over Drevin Smith from Atlantic. And he gets to go over and talk to the people at the bench saying, hey, I won. Congratulations to Brady Greer for getting the win, and he'll wrestle again in an hour or so.
Again, the Williamsburg wrestlers are doing well this afternoon, which that is an understatement, because if you're wrestling at the state tournament, you've done well to get to that point. So there's nothing to be letting yourself down that if you say that you do lose, there's always a second opportunity to wrestle back in that consolation round. So next up, we're waiting on mat 3, which that one is currently winding down in the second period. The North Fayette Valley of Keegan Schultz and Cooper Gates of West Branch. Cooper Gates is leading 10-1. That is where Marcus Bear will take on Tyson Strangle of Osage. As I've heard many Osage wrestlers called out, as always, at the state tournament.
On behalf of the student athletes and their coaches, the Athletic Association expresses its sincere appreciation to them for their presence.
And it looks like we now have blood time on mat 3.
Now wrestling on mat number 2 of West Night. Logan Gardner, illegal place for Fremont. Jared Anderson. Gardner, illegal place for Fremont. Anderson. Now wrestling mat number 2 of West Night. Ball, they look soft.
And for those that are watching on YouTube, we have quite a group out there, so thank you for joining us. If you like what you're seeing, go ahead and give us a thumbs up, and we'll keep everything cruising along here. Update on what you're seeing online is basically it's just the track wrestle scoring system that we've pulled over, and I'm Dan Walker. Dave Kaisen's doing our play-by-play of what's actually happening on the mat. He's my expert. Dave's had a few years of officialing and knows exactly what's going on, the ins and outs on that mat, so I defer to him. I could tell you that someone made a shoot, but beyond that, if they don't grab a single leg, I can't tell you what's going on any further. But I can keep the scores up to date, and I can give you the updates when they come along.
It's a pleasure to bring this to you. We've got a great set of young kids in our area, especially the wrestlers, and especially the boys and girls that are wrestling and trying. Still have another blood time, so we will continue to wait. Can you catch us up on some of the scores that we have done already?
Yes, so leading up into this second session, I tell you what, they've cruised along pretty fast. So at the 106 weight class, Williamsburg, Weston Dreos beat Hayden Shearer from Clear Lake 10-2. At 113, Riker Dwit has a bye, so he'll be hanging out till this next round starts. 120, Eli Feifer from Grinnell lost to Brody Black from Glenwood at a score of 13-0. 132, Williamsburg, Hayden Albaugh won 14-1 over Carson Reinhardt of Humboldt. And then down to 144, Jack Vitec was pinned in 3 minutes and 48 seconds by Jaden Bucknell. At 150 weight class, Alex Feifer lost 6-3 to Grant Knutson of Decorah. And then at 157, Williamsburg Sawyer Kirby won over Jacob Vance of Osage 12-3. And then at 165, as we heard 2 matches back, Kyler Wade of Williamsburg lost by technical fall to Christopher Meyer from Independence. And then currently, as we're waiting on the mats right now, at 175, Williamsburg Brady Greer pinned in 1 minute 36 seconds Drevin Smith from Atlantic, which leads us up to Marcus Bear, which I believe is going to be coming up on mat 3 right now, versus
He is on the mat right now.
Tyson Stengel of Osage.
With about a minute, they're just starting. He shoots in, doesn't get low enough to get underneath. They come back up. Osage kind of swings by him, doesn't get it. Comes back out. He tries to pull the head down. Has the overhook. Shoves through, does an ankle pick, but Osage has a whizzer in. And they go out of bounds with no score. Whizzer and a roll through. Now they're back to the middle, on their feet, hand fighting. Pulls him. Satama pulls him down. Tripod tries to pull him off of that. And they call stalemate. We're going back up neutral. Neither one of them could improve. So far, we've only had one scramble that was very impressive, that where somebody shot and got in deep. And now Satama's trying to pull him down. Got an underhook. Tries to get the ankle pick again. Doesn't get it. He can get into that position and swing down to the same leg, but just now they separate again. Hand fighting, and Satama has him pulled down. His head on the mat, he just can't. And there he tries to whip him by. Osage is just doing a nice job of countering everything. And we're going to go into the second period, 0-0. They flip the disc. Green's choice. Green defers. Satama is going to go down. We'll see if he can explode on the whistle. He doesn't, but at least he doesn't get knocked down from his base. Tyson is able to do a nice job of keeping him from standing up. Now Bear gets to his feet. And Tyson just lets him go for a point. We'll see. Doesn't slide by the Osage. Almost gets it. Bear is able to fight it off. We're back in neutral position. Got a 2-on-1. Does a nice ankle pick or ankle trip. Bear does to take him down. Has a 4-0 lead right now with 1 minute and 13 seconds. Trying to do the butcher, but not able to get it. Comes back to the base. Digging on the arm. Trying to get it up. Osage comes back to their base. Not really coming up. Bear puts the power half in from the knees. Needs to flatten him out first. If he can get him flat, put the power half in. Bear tries for a cradle. That doesn't work either. So far, Bear has just not been able to figure out how to get him off his base. Trying to pull on his hand. Pull it backwards. 20 seconds left. Osage is able to stand up. Bears goes down to lock up. Goes down to grab a leg. 18 seconds left in this period. Tyson is trying to swing around and hook. There's a stalling call against Bear, but because he was down, they go back to the middle. Because he was on top, they go back to the middle to restart. Tyson will be down. He does a sit out. Does it again. Bear grabs the arm, able to take him back down to the mat. 2 seconds left. That's the way the period's going to end with a 4-0 lead. Tyson decides to go neutral. So here we go for neutral position in the third period. Does kind of a slide by, but doesn't work. A duck under. It's kind of a slide by, trying to get behind him.
Flippy, NHTV, Cody Elliott, Webster City. Flippy, NHTV, Elliott, Webster City. Now wrestling match number 2 at 250. Now on match number 8 at 250. Cody.
Bear's got an overhook.
Denver.
An underhook. Doesn't like that. Comes back out to neutral. Minute and 20 seconds left. Tyson kind of fakes. Now they lock up. Collar ties. An underhook. Swings to the side. He has but Tyson throws in a whizzer. So Bear can't complete the move. And they go back out to neutral position. Work back a little bit toward the center. .44 seconds left in this period. And he goes out of bounds, and they go out of bounds. It's still neutral. 36 seconds left. Anywhere but to your back, and you're all right. Best if you don't get taken down. Oh, it does a slide by as they will pull him down on the mat. Bear's trying to get around behind him, and he does for another takedown. So it's 7-0. Trying to put a power half in. Referee's trying to tell somebody something. Bear's digging for an arm. 6 seconds left. And they stop. So Bear wins 7-0. He will go on to wrestle somebody that got a bye. As we're starting to get close to the end of this round.
Now wrestling match number 3 at 190. Vince Brilliant.
Which I believe I just heard the Mr. Announcer say they're going to start staging wrestling backs. So looks like that's starting on mat 4, coming up next.
Okay.
So, which that's not none of our people yet.
Okay. I assume they'll go straight in. We should have one heavy. No, he's got a bye. I was going to say the heavyweight from Williamsburg, but he's got a bye. So
he has a bye, and so in this round where they're starting to wrestle, will the wrestleback brackets go first, and then it will pick up the guys who had the first round buys, or do they mix them in?
No, we'll do just like we did this morning, where we'll wrestle all the winners of this round. We'll wrestle the people that got the buys.
Okay, got it.
So what you're going to see is everybody that got a bye is going to wrestle against those that got a victory in the first round.
Okay, so then
I'll
in
be
that
back in a
case,
minute.
our next one that we'll probably see will be 113, That will be Riker Dwit from Williamsburg. He'd be the first wrestler that we're going to see probably. Nope, we'll probably see. No, that's right. Because Dreos won, so he bounces to the
Dreos,
next
no, Dreos won, so he will wrestle in this round.
in this
He will
round.
be wrestling Anderson Osgood from Solon. Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. And if you're just joining us on the stream here, Tiger Sports Live Stream Network, along with KGRN, as the present Boys State Wrestling from the Casey Center in Des Moines, Iowa. As we first round for 2A is all done, now we're going to go ahead and start picking up the second round wrestlers. So next up that we'll start seeing as these people start to funnel out, we're finishing up 215s, we're finishing up some 190s. The 285s are on deck. However, you'll notice on mat 4, if you're looking at the screen, that the 106 second round is already starting to filter in. So those are going to start coming around to us, and we'll keep you posted as that comes up. Busy day of wrestling here at the state tournament. Like I said, as we're into this 2A section, this session will most likely trickle out to about 6:30, quarter to 7 tonight. As it kind of starts to funnel, session 2 is all 2A, and then as it starts to weed down into 2A, and then the 3A schedule actually starts to fall into place. Also, we can bring that up here in a second. Let me double check my tournament central here. So it looks like after we get round with these first round and second round of 2A and the second round consolation, at the tail end of that, then they'll go ahead and bring in the 3A quarterfinals will start from last night's session. That one started at 4 o'clock. After the 2A is done, we don't have anyone that's in the 3A quarterfinals, so we will go ahead and go off the air at the second round. And then we'll start back up tomorrow morning for Class 1A, 2A at 9 a.m., and then that would be the 1A, 2A quarterfinals and consolation, and then that will run, and then we'll come back at 5 o'clock in the afternoon for session 5, which will be a 1A, 2A, 3A semifinals. So they'll start blending in. We'll have 3As wrestling at the same time. We'll focus on the wrestlers that we have at hand. And then Saturday, we will just kind of play it by ear of how it's going to keep going with our coverage as we go. But again, thank you for joining us on the Tiger Sports Live Stream Network, along with KGRN bringing it to you live on the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour. It looks like Drehouse and Osgood are the last of the brackets. Currently match one.
On that number 7 of 106. Dayton Van Horn, Atlantic. Tyler Sherhold, Alberta. Van Horn, Atlantic. Sherhold, Alberta. Now wrestling match number 7 of 106. Now wrestling match number 2 at 285. Lion Bear, Osage. Abel Deloy, Tipton. Bear, Osage. Deloy, Tipton. Now wrestling match number 2 at 285. Up on match number 3 at 285. Will Limbaugh, Algona. Jack Shaleni, Sergeant Bluff Luton. Limbaugh, Algona. Delaney, Sergeant Bluff Luton. Now wrestling match number 3 at 285. Now up on mat number 4 at 106. Jackson Carpenter, Vinton Shellsburg, Herman Meyer, Independence. Carpenter, Vinton Shellsburg, Meyer, Independence. Now wrestling mat number 4 at 106. Now up on mat number 6 at 285. Jackson Warnke, Charles City. Gavin Holt, Carroll. Warnke, Charles City. Holt, Carroll. Now wrestling mat number 6 at 285.
All right, looks like mat 3 is going to be the one we're looking at, Dave. After that gets caught up.
It is caught up. Weston Dreos from Williamsburg will be up on mat 3. He will be wrestling Anderson Osgood from
Solon, Dreyhouse.
Solon.
Williamsburg, Osgood, Solon. Now up on mat number 3 at 106.
And there he comes.
Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 106. Jackson McGonigal, Center Point Urbana. Keller Little, Eddyville, Blacksburg, Fremont. McGonigal, Center Point Urbana. Little, Eddyville, Blacksburg, Fremont. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 106. Up on mat number 7 at 113. Josh Gray, Sergeant Bluff Luton. Charlie Bowman, North Polk. Gray, Sergeant Bluff Luton. Bowman, North Polk. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 113.
Anderson pulls Drehouse down. Not able to score it. And he shoots in. Is able to score that one, so he's up 3-0. Anderson is. Weston was able, almost out of bounds. And he shoves him out of bounds.
Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 106.
I can see why Anderson is seated number 2. He looks like a really good, tough wrestler.
Coming in at 42-3, so nice record as he wrestled out the first part and the middle and the last part of the season up to the state tournament.
Right now he's trying to he got Drehouse off his base, but just not able to turn him now. Weston comes up. He turns him loose. Shoots in. This time Weston is able to fight it off. Gives up one leg, but you got to have both of them. So Anderson pulls him back in, grabs both legs together, gets the takedown again. 6-1.
Block APGC. Wrestling on mat number 8 at 106.
With 30 seconds left in the first period, scores 6-1. Anderson over Drehouse.
State wrestling. Fan work is Thursday work. So enjoy a refreshing Coca-Cola product that is locally made and nationally loved. from the concession stand.
They're just wrestling on the edge of the mat. 3 seconds left in the period. And that ends the first period with Anderson Osgood from Solon leading 6-1. His choice. He's going to go down. He gets set. Weston covers.
Now wrestling on mat number 5.
And they get it started.
At 106,
Anderson comes up right away. Weston drops down to a leg.
Splendor, Perry, Jacobs of Green County. Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 106.
Referee calls him for stalling. He's got to work up from that position, but
Now wrestling on mat number 7.
he doesn't, so he gets a stalling call because he's on top. They stop the match to go back to the center.
Dwit of Williamsburg, Brown of West Liberty.
They start it all over again. Anderson comes up this time. Weston's not able to take him back down, so he cuts him. Does a nice job of swinging in. Slide by to get the 2. Gets one leg up, gets the other leg secured, and gets another takedown. So it's 10-1. He wants to go on his feet, so he gives him another escape. Weston just kind of reaches, and that's what Anderson wants him to do. He's going to make you pay for it here in a little bit.
Welcome in our group from our live update from KGRN 1410. Brought to you by Colwell Automation in Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. Currently out on the mat. Number 3, we're following with Dave Kaizen and Dan Walker. Weston Dreos, a freshman, 27-14 from Williamsburg, and Anderson Osgood, a sophomore, 42-3 from Solon. So Dave is picking up that action as we talk.
Anderson just got into the other takedown, so it's 13-2.
West Branch, Roman Kyle, Sadell.
Kind of letting him up, going to let him up, give him a point. Makes it 13-3. As soon as he gets a takedown or a couple more near fall, shoots into a single leg, able to lift it up, gets Weston turn, gets another 3. 16-3. Tries to tilt him. Weston fights that off. No back points there. End of the period. So now we're going into period 3.
So while we're switching over, just a shout out to some of our sponsors in Williamsburg, Ullman Furniture. Thank you very much for your sponsorship. And then just kind of start from the top, Linder Tire and Grinnell, Lights Insurance Agency, Patriot Realty with many locations. First State Bank again, many locations in our local areas, surrounding community, security, title, and escrow services. Back to live action.
And that ends the match as Anderson was able to get the escape, then was able to take him down to make the score 20-3 for a check fall. Minute and 44 left in the third period, and that ends that match. So our next wrestler, I think,
should be Riker Dwit.
Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 113, Charlie Lindley.
Should be at 113.
He is up on mat 7. And he will be wrestling Caleb Brown from West Liberty. We're in the second period on that one because we've been following the other match. And he is up 4-0. And righty. Caleb stands up, is able to get an escape for now it's 4-1. Caleb tries to do a little underhook, doesn't work. Riker just kind of shoves his arm out of the road, pulls him down. It's a cow catcher, but not able to get it. Riker
Peters, West Delaware. Now on mat number
Riker
8.
almost got the takedown. He's in on a single. Caleb doing a good job of fighting it. 33 seconds left in the second period. They go back up to neutral. And Riker moves to his right. Now they're hand fighting. Got an underhook. 8 seconds left. Caleb tries to slide him by. Doesn't work. And that's the end of the second period. So we'll go to the third period.
For those that are just
Choice.
joining us on 1410 Cage, you're in for our live update. We have Riker Dwit from Williamsburg wrestling Caleb Brown from West Liberty, currently just starting into the third period.
Third period.
Riker leads 4-1 over Brown of West Liberty.
And there's another escape for Caleb as he shows down in the third period. So it's 4-2 now. Because of the takedown gets 3. If he gets a takedown, it's still his match. So collar ties fighting back and forth. No one really taking a shot yet in this period. Caleb reaches for it, doesn't really get it. Riker is trying to get a Russian, doesn't get it. They separate. Caleb's pushing in. Riker's pushing back. Caleb reaches underneath, doesn't get it. As he pulling him down, trying to get it. Caleb shoots, fires one way, then goes the other way. 31 seconds left. Riker's pulling in a front headlock, pulling him down. Referee calls it a stalemate there. Twelve seconds left. There's a stalling call against Riker with 1 second left and 0. Riker Dwit is able to pull out the victory 4-2 over Caleb Brown from West Liberty.
Now wrestling on mat number 6 at 120. James Gillespie, Iowa Falls, Colton.
He has to go over the table to report, say, hey, I won. And the table waves him.
On mat number 6 at 120. Now on mat number 1 at 113. Troy Mailer, Union, LaPorte City. Escardo Lopez, Curry Goldfield Dallas. Mailer, Union, LaPorte City. Lopez, Curry Goldfield Dallas. Now wrestling on mat number 1.
So next up, we're going to be looking for
at 120. Roland Burke.
120. Eli Feifer should be doing his wrestle back. No.
Won't have anybody until 32.
32.
I think.
Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 113. Roman Dirksen, Wilson, Sebastian Brooks, Winterset. Dirksen, Wilson, Brooks, and Winterset. Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 113. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 120. Troy McQuillan, Wilson, Atley DeWitt, Albernet, McQuillan of Wilson, DeWitt of Albernet. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 120.
That's correct, because Alex Pfeiffer will be in the next session. Not next session, but the next round.
Yes. all three of the young men will be in the next session, not this one. We do have Wringler, Josh, at 190 pounds in this session,
Yes.
as he got a bye the first round. That's the match I'm waiting for. Hopefully he can win. He is 44-1 and seeded 6th. And seeded 6th.
Wow.
46-1. Do you think that's a tough bracket?
Yes. Ranked number 1, 2, and 3 back and forth throughout the. Actually, I think he ended at 1, maybe.
If he's going to make it to the finals, he's got to go through Thomas Sexton from Decorah, a senior that's 40-5, and Roby Hendricks from Humboldt is 50-1. We'll see.
Well, while we're waiting, Dave, for this next round to come up, why don't we go ahead and hear a word from our sponsors on the live update. We're going to take a 2-minute break. You're watching Boys State Wrestling from the Casey Center in Des Moines, Iowa on the Tiger Sports Livestream Network and KGRN 1410. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Do you have a lot of scores that you can give?
Well, I could go all the way back to this morning's session, but I have the scores and everything. I have everything of what people have done up until now, too.
No, you've already done that.
So
you started through that this morning. I don't know how far this morning's session. I don't know how far you got.
I got them all. Since this afternoon, we did get through all those a couple times.
Takes care of that problem.
I did that at the beginning, so that was at 2:30. So we could get through Josh. Where are we at? We're at 1. We're still a ways away, aren't we? Have any other buys?
Well, when we get done with Josh's, then not long after that, we'll have 3 Grinnell kids coming up.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we got a hole again.
Right.
We had a cell phone turned in one of the wrestling locker rooms. If you happen to be missing a cell phone and you're a wrestler, stop at the head table. Now wrestling on mat number 1, 126-pounder.
So I would almost do a little fill and send it back to him.
Okay. We'll be back in 17 seconds here to live radio. So I'll do just kind of a summary of where we're at in, let's see. We could go from there. Welcome back to live wrestling from the state tournament in the Casey Center in Des Moines. You're listening to this live 4 o'clock update from Dave Kaizen and Dan Walker. Thank you for joining us. Do a little bit of a recap of what we've had for the afternoon here. Again, in this session of 2A, we've had Grinnell wrestlers. We have South Tama and Williamsburg. Let's start at the currency of Grinnell as we are waiting for Grinnell wrestlers to hit the 3rd round or the Consolation Wrestleback round. So Eli Feifer lost to Brody Black to Glenwood 13-0. Jack Vitec lost in his round. He was pinned in 3 minutes and 48 seconds by Jaden Bucknell. And then Alex Feifer lost 6-3 to Grant Knutson of Decorah. Next up that we'll have wrestling coming in the hour, or in the half an hour here, will be Josh Wringler, who had a bye in his first round. So we'll be waiting on that one as we wait for that to come out. Jumping over to South Tama, Marcus Bear. He won 7-0 over Tyson Strangle of Osage at the 175 weight class. And then we'll go back up to Williamsburg. We brought 7 wrestlers. 106, Weston Dreos in his first round. He won over Hayden Shear from Clear Lake 10-2. His second round, which he had to bounce up and wrestle someone that had a bye the first round. So he wrestled Anderson Osgood of Solon, which he lost on a tech fall 20-3. At 113 weight class, Williamsburg's Riker Dwit, he had a bye in that first round. He won over Caleb Brown from West Liberty, just down the road there on the interstate, 4-2. So he'll advance on to the next round. At 132, Williamsburg's Hayden Albaugh, his first round victory over Carson Reinhardt from Humboldt with a 14-1 win. And that leads down to the 157 weight class of Sawyer Kirby, which had a victory over Jacob Vance of Osage, 12-3. Next up was 165 Kyler Wade, which unfortunately did lose his first round match to Christopher Meyer of Independence in a fall of 2.5 minutes left, a tech fall. But that one he'll actually be able to wrestle back in the next Consolation. And then at 175 for Williamsburg, Brady Greer, he had a pin in 1 minute and 36 seconds over Devin Smith. So that is kind of the wrap up of our 4 o'clock live update on KGRN. Again, thank you to our sponsors, title sponsors, Colwell Automation in Montezuma and Compass Memorial. And we'll be back at 4:30 with your next update live on 1410 KGRN, brought to you by the Tiger Sports Live Stream Network.
Independence Gun Wrestling on mat number 6 at 120.
Okay, we are still on 26.
Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 126. John Gonzalez, West Marshall. Adam Carey, Independence. Gonzalez, West Marshall. Carey of Independence. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 126. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 126. Jasper Sonberg, Osage. Joseph Blake, Glenwood. Sonberg of Osage. Blake
So
of
currently,
Glenwood.
Dave, we're still in
At
the winner
126.
bye rounds. Correct?
Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 126. Mason Shirk, Wilton. Dale Johnson, Central DeWitt. Shirk of Wilton. Johnson, Central DeWitt. Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 126.
If you're just joining us on the YouTube stream, thank you for joining us. We are currently, as you're looking at the screen right now, you're seeing Track Wrestle follow all of the current wrestlers that are on the mat. We are currently waiting for the next one up that we will call will be the 190 weight class of Josh Wringler.
Olson, Esquivel, Lincoln
And
Central.
then after that, at the 285 weight class of Carson Greer. So those are currently the ones we're waiting on. So we're going to save our voices a little bit. Dave Kaizen along with Dan Walker following match by match at the Boys State Tournament live from the Casey's Center.
He could throw this here. The ball is going to choose the pound position to start the second period. still hanging on to a leg here.
Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 126. Chase Curry, Sergeant Bluff Luton. Jaden Steph Solon. Curry, Sergeant Bluff Luton. Steph of Solon now wrestling on mat number 2 at 126.
Now on suicide. Well, that's what it was doing. So he's now leading Hayden Anderson 1-0, 35 seconds to go in the second period. Hayden Anderson put a pretty good ride on most of the second period.
Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 126. Judah Gerwell, Winterset. Tanner Boston, Woodward Granger. Gerwell, Winterset. Boston, Woodward Granger. And wrestling on mat number 8 at 126.
Someone's going to get Boston in those 6. Anderson quickly to his feet here. Looking for some hand control. Nice job. He's quickly up out front. He's going to have a decent run point. And we're looking for the two reversal. So this is going to be a head. So they gave us a reversal and then an escape. So it is tight. 127 for the third period here. So anybody's game here in the third period. Anderson comes around and gets a takedown here. Get on a single. Gets the ankle coming around and gets a takedown. He takes a 5-2 lead with 1 minute to go. Third period here. Great takedown. And he's going to give the 1 point escape. So it's going to be 5-2. And Anderson got the takedown. He's lost 38 seconds to go here. Quickly to the street. Seconds to go. Bringing 65 right on out of bounds here.
Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 132. Mason Avila, Decorah, Jared Engel, West Delaware, Manchester. Avila, Decorah, Engel, West Delaware. Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 132.
Restart here with 12 seconds. So Anderson quickly to his feet. Good job. Net return here. 7 seconds left. Looks like Ben Anderson's going to do 6 to 5.
Now wrestling on mat number 5, 132-pounders. Colton Boyles, Rhodes of Notre Dame. Brody Strother, Anthony Dumont-Cal. Boyles of Burlington, Notre Dame. Strother, Anthony Dumont-Cal. Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 132. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 132. Cam Roberts, Albertette, Lyndon Petzenpon, Terry Goldfield Dowd. Roberts of Albertette, Petzenpon of Terry Goldfield Dowd. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 132. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 132. Carter Sloss of Crestwood Fresco, Caliber Fry, PCN Monroe. Sloss of Crestwood Fresco, Fry, PCN Monroe. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 132. Now up on mat number 6 at 126. Matt Canavana, Centerville. Slater Thomas, Eddie Wexford Fremont. Canavana, Centerville. Thomas of Enville Wexford Fremont. Now wrestling on mat number 6 at 126. Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 132. Gage Spurgeon, Eddyville, Vicksburg, Fremont. Garrett Cook, Benton Community. Spurgeon, Eddyville, Vicksburg, Fremont. Cook, of Benton Community. Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 132.
So Dave, on our 4:30 update, I'll go ahead and I'll go back and recap the morning stuff.
Okay.
And
You can
because
do we have Hayden Albaugh from Williamsburg at 32?
132, he won round 1. So does he have a bye?
No.
He's going to wrestle a bye.
He's going to wrestle the guy that had the bye.
Okay.
Eli
So he's going to be on mat 8 in about 1 minute. So we'll start out there. I'll welcome back for the live update, and then we'll just say we're getting ready to pick up him on his next round here.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to save my voice. I'm trying to save my brain.
No, that's fine. I was the same way. I get looking, and then I forget where I'm at and can't remember. And
Well, I know I'm close to a couple of the Eddyville kids, and they're wrestling now. So if I act like I'm out in space, I am.
so Albaugh, mat 8.
Cardiac
Queued up here.
on the map in the classroom. Legislation moving to the Iowa Capitol. For those students, be prepared with cardiac emergency response plans. CPR training, care,
Welcome back to our 4:30 update live here on 1410 KJRN, brought to you by Colwell Automation and Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. Been a busy afternoon and a busy morning as we are waiting for Williamsburg wrestler Hayden Albaugh to wrestle his next round, which will be against, let's see if I can bring this up here.
Easton Inyard from Ballard, a junior, that is 32-4. He is seated second. They're on the mat, ready to go now.
All right, we'll let Dave Kaizen. This is Dan Walker. Dave's going to take it over, and we'll cover this match out.
as he gets taken down on a really nice double leg that Ethan is able to lift. So he's down 3-0. Ethan is trying to get, he's got the chicken wing in now. Matter of getting the other leg. Matter of puts the half on the other side. Putting a lot of pressure, and he's getting back points. As he is trying to has him on his back, has a 4 near fall. Just looking to see if he can hold his shoulder blades on the mat for 2 seconds for the fall. This is not good for Hayden. Doing a good job of fighting, though. He will not get the 4 near fall until this is ended, until the chicken wing is gone or the period runs out. As we're going, and has him turned back over with the chicken wing. Just not able to. Hayden is doing a great job of fighting it off, but now they changes up to go to something different, and that makes it score 7-0. Uses the head lever to get the chicken wing on the other side. Easton does. Runs this side for a little bit, puts a half in, cranks him over, has another 4 near fall. And that ends the period. So he gets another 4 near fall, makes the score 11-0. As Easton Enyart from Ballard has 11-0 lead over Hayden Albaugh from Williamsburg. They flip the coin. It is Easton's choice. He chooses down. He gets set. Hayden's covers. Easton comes up right away and escapes. So it's 12-0. Easton shoots in on a single leg. Easton pushes him over. He gets a takedown, which makes it a 15-0 score, which is a tech fall. Does an absolute job of Easton did, and we see why he's rated. He's ranked in he's seated number 2. Just a tremendous job of wrestling from the young man from Ballard. So now we'll take it back to Dan to give you some more results.
Okay, let's catch up. What I want to do is I want to go backwards to this morning. So let's go through our 1A that we covered. We had I'm just going to go across the line. So for 1A at the 106 weight class, Belle Plaine, we had Brody Hosek. He dropped his first round 10-3 to Keaton Whitrock. And then his second wrestleback round, he dropped to Jacob Lawson and was pinned there. For North Mahaska at 106, Cooper Sampson, he easily had a fall over Landon Thayer of Logan Magnolia in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Dropping down to the 126 weight class from Montezuma, Wesley Ross was beat by Brody Carter from West Monona Whiting at a score of 9-6. And then Wesley's second round, he was also beat 15-0 by Tatum Honda from Cascade. 132 class, Linville Sully, Matthew Mennel got a bye in the first round. His second round wrestle was against Maddox Morrison. He won 13-0. His third round wrestle against Sam Egan of Summer Fredericksburg, he won 13-0, so he's advanced into the next round for that. 138 class, Belle Plaine, William Sancock was beat by Brady Brosh from Don Bosco in his first round 10-1. In the third round, William was also, he won by fall over Evan Urbanbach of West Lyon. East Marshall's Jordan Melling lost in his first round 10-0 to Riker Vander Wall. And in the second round, Jordan Melling also lost again on a fall in 3 minutes and 36 seconds to Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley. 138 class for Linville Sully. Jet Kramer had a bye in the first round. His second round, he lost to Jax Thomason 15-5. In his third wrestleback round, he won over Ethan Graken of West Hancock in a fall 1.16 seconds. Dropped down to 144. Aiden Tim from Belle Plaine had a first round bye. In his second round, he won over Chance Christensen of Riceville 13-4. HLV Briar Jack in his first round lost to Wade Hawkins of Logan Magnolia. 1-9 was the score. And Briar's second round, he won by fall 55 seconds over Owen Scott of Westwood Solon. Jump down to 150 bracket. Belle Plaine's Wade Sincock won over Harley Larimar of Waco Wayland by pin. And then he turned around in his second round. He wrestled North Mahaska's Aiden Groom, which had a bye the first round. And Groom pinned Sincock in 5:42. So then Wade come back and wrestled back again in the Consolation round, and he won over Winton Hodgen of Central Springs 18-2. So he stays alive in that Consolation bracket side. Going back down to 157, BGM Brock York lost to Lincoln Levin in Central City 14-15 on a fall. Brock then wrestled back his third round and won by tech fall 2 minutes and 41 seconds over Ethan Bauer. In 157, Cale Weiskopf, which has had a great year this year. Cale had a fall in the second period over Cascades' Calvin Maturnock. Going on to 165, BGM Sully Thompson lost to Connor Stiles 11-2, and in his second round of wrestling, or third round, as I guess you'd call it, the Consolation, Sully lost to Dawson Allen of East Sac City on a fall of 1.33 seconds. He is done for the afternoon and the wrestling tournament. Belle Plaine's 165, Derek Creasley. He lost to Gavin Wetzel of Southwest Valley 10-2. And in his second round, Derek also lost to Calvin Harley, and he was pinned in 3 minutes and 53 seconds. Also at 165, North Mahaska's Ryan Groom. He was able to pin Hunter Newman from Manson Northwest Webster in 37 seconds. Down to 175, North Mahaska's Max Reed was able to pin Lane Mitchell from Lawton Bronson in 102. And then as we jump down to 190, North Mahaska's Chance Angle lost to Nolan Kriegel from Iowa Valley Marengo. He lost by tech fall at 148. And then in the second round, Chance come back and he lost to Regan Richardson of Riceville 14-6. So his afternoon is done also. Dropping down to 215 for BGM, Reed Slater lost to Carter Eitz from Hudson by pin in the first round. However, in the wrestleback round, Reed Slater was able to beat Ben Monahan from West Monona for a score of 6-3, and that went into overtime. So he is able to get that win. And then lastly, over here on the 215 side, Montezuma's Braxton Plants, won by pin 53 seconds over Ben Monahan, and that was a pretty fast. And we obviously could see why Braxton's rated what he's rated. So that is your follow-up of what the 2A was. And right now, how far away are we, Dave, from seeing something?
I don't know.
130.
What will the next one be up on?
So 132 would we be? We just did Hayden.
Let's go for a word from our sponsors.
Okay. Let's hear a word from our sponsors. We'll be back in 2 minutes on the Tiger Sports Livestream Network. Let's hear again a sponsor from our KGRN radio network. Okay, so now I need to switch over to the other bracket view.
Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 150. Dale Cotter of North Polk, Troy Goodcock, West Delaware, Manchester. Cotter of North Polk, Goodcock of West Delaware. Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 150.
When we go and do things like that morning, it seemed like it was so busy because you're just match after match after match, and then here where you have these big stretches, it's a little bit different trying to follow it.
We were covering twice as many kids.
Yeah.
You know, and I wish they'd expanded our area just a little more so, you know, so I had more to talk about, but that's beside the point. Did Williamsburg 32-pounder wrestle?
32-pounder. Albaugh. Yeah, we covered that one. So his second one, he lost by tech fall 15-0.
Okay.
So we got that covered. Welcome back to the Tiger Sports Livestream Network, KGRN 1410 live update as we're bringing it home to you from the Boys State Wrestling Tournament in Des Moines, Iowa, Casey's Center. Dan Walker and Dave Kaizen. Right now we're just kind of in a holding pattern waiting for local wrestlers to come up in queue here. So as you're watching, if you're watching online, you're definitely seeing the track wrestle scores up there. What we kind of look at is the bottom line underneath, and you could kind of see what's next up on each one of the mats. So as we sit here and wait, we have a little bit of waiting to do before we get to our next mat. So as we got to separate from KGRN's live update, it's probably we'll see you again at 5 o'clock for the next live update. But thank you again to our title sponsors, Colwell Automation and Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. And again, this is Dan Walker and Dave Kaizen for KGRN on your live update, and we'll see you at 5 o'clock for your next update.
Gage Harder in Atlantic. Kramer of Independence. Harder of Atlantic. Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 150. Now up on mat number 4 at 150. Gage Miller, APGC. Dale Cook, Burlington, Notre Dame. Miller, APGC. Cook of Burlington, Notre Dame. Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 150. Remember, wrestling fans, souvenir game programs for today's tournament are available at the concourse supply at Bell's Speed.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Now wrestling on mat number 7 from 144. Kevin Whitefield, Webster City, Brady Patterson, Benjamin, 22, Webster City, Patterson, Benjamin, wrestling on map 7 at 144.
If you're just joining us on the Tiger Sports Live Stream Network, thank you for joining us. As I mentioned earlier, we are kind of in a hold pattern. As the championship round bracket works, we are currently sitting in the 150 bracket, picking up some finishing matches on the 138. Looks like I got one. Mat 6 has 144 going on. Just starting Mat 8 into 150. As we get through those, then the next line up will be 157 after that. But we currently don't have a live wrestler. We have all live wrestlers, excuse me for that. But our next wrestler from our coverage area would be Josh Wringler at the 190 weight class, which got a bye the first round. So we have a little bit of waiting to do. We're just going to kind of let the background announcer, you'll be able to hear him through our mics as we talk here. But we're going to pause online, and then we'll be back as soon as we start to pick up and we see that the 190 goes in the queue. So thank you for joining us on the Tiger Sports Live Stream Network, and we'll be back with live coverage when we get a little bit closer to 190. But this screen is the live screen of the current track wrestle. Unfortunately, we cannot show any of the live video that's going with that, but thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back.
So, EJ Trigger, Alberta, Sterling, Alberta, the Breakers, Alberta, 144.
Great matchups. Just fell a little bit short. So you know what? You got to get the backside. You got to do what's in it.
Now wrestling on mat number 144, counters Landon Davis, Edinburgh Lexford Fremont, James Jensen, Winterset. Davis of Edinburgh Lexford Fremont, Jensen Winterset, now up on mat number 1 at 144.
You know, I've seen this a couple different times. You know, the only time I've really seen people you know what we'll see on this one.
Now wrestling on mat number 5, 157. Dax Scuda, Dr. Bob Luton, James Steppen, Berlin. Scuda, Dr. Bob Luton, Steppen, Berlin. Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 157. Now wrestling on mat number 6 at 157. Hayden Schaefer, Eagle Grove. Hayden Wheelie, West Liberty. Schaefer, Eagle Grove, Wheelie at West Liberty. Now wrestling on mat 6 at 157.
Manchester on 8. Injury.
Now on mat number 4, 150 pounders, spinning gears, West Marshal, Ben Walsh, Sergeant Bluff Newton. Gears for West Marshal, Walsh, Sergeant Bluff Newton. Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 150.
Very strong. Yes, looks like they're back to the middle there. Looks like they're back on the road. Those shoes. He's going to take the lead with 7 seconds left. Takes the full lead. What a takedown there.
Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 157, Liam Weber, West Delaware, Manchester, Brookston Lundgren, North Fayette Valley. Weber, West Delaware, Lundgren, North Fayette Valley. Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 157.
I'd like to welcome you to the Tiger Sports Livestream Network, brought to you also by KGRN. Thank you again for joining us. As we start to go into this afternoon hour, we're approaching the 5 o'clock hour, 4:55 on the clock. Many people are watching the screen, probably trying to figure out what's going on. If you're new to wrestling, you're thinking, what in the world am I looking at? If you've been following wrestling your whole life, it's pretty easy to follow along with. Fortunately, you can watch this on live screen if you want to follow it on Flow Wrestling online. You could actually click and follow the videos as you go. What we're doing today is we're just giving you a live play-by-play of local area wrestlers that are out there. And as we pick those up and bring them in, we're going to go ahead and share those with you on the live screen. So that's what's going on. today on this stream. And it looks like we're starting to slowly we're still in the championship round series, which means if you look at the brackets, you have the first round, and then in that second round of the championship bracket, there's quite a few wrestlers, a handful I would say, that have buys, meaning that their record put them into the next session. They didn't have. It takes one match that they don't have to wrestle. So with getting that bye, that takes them to the next round. So we've wrestled round 1. Now this is round 2 of the championship round series, which everyone who's followed over into somebody that had a bye, these are all the wrestlers that are wrestling right now. And currently looks like we're on deck for 165. A lot of the 155, or excuse me, 157s are finishing up. 150s are starting to finish up. Map 5 actually has a 165 match starting. So we're getting a little bit closer to the time period where obviously we're waiting for the 190 class of Josh Wringler to be coming into play. So as we are sitting here waiting, we'll be doing our live update approximately about 3 minutes on KGRN on the radio station.
We do have a Williamsburg wrestler from 157, but he is getting taken down, and it's the score's 11-3. Mikey Ryan from Mount Vernon is up 11-3, and on another single leg, got it again, so it's 14-3 over Sawyer Kirby from Williamsburg. About the end of the first period. Going into the second period. Mikey Ryan chooses down, gets up, but Sawyer does a nice job bringing him back down. Trying to get an arm. Has the chicken wing in. Got high with it and got reversed, making it 16-3.
Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 157.
Sawyer gets an escape, so it's 16-4. And there's another takedown for a tech fall. It's 19-4. Mikey Ryan from Mount Vernon wins over Sawyer Kirby from Williamsburg.
Now wrestling on mat number 6 at 165, Christopher Meyer, Independence, Deegan Miller, Greene County. Meyer, Independence, Miller, Greene County, now up on mat number 6 at 165. Now up on mat number 7 at 165, Bowden White, Denver, Riley Morgan, Marion Goldfield Downs. White, Denver, Morgan, Marion Goldfield Downs, now wrestling on mat number 7 at 165. Wrestling fans, choose different coverage from people who know what matters to violence. Doesn't know is a violated smoke with the most dentists statewide. So you have more to choose from. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com to learn more.
Oh, it looks like 175. We will have 2 wrestling. Greer from Williamsburg. Am I looking at that right? Yes, Greer from Williamsburg. And Carson Greer from Mount Vernon.
Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 157, Brady Downs, Humble, Tucker Wheeler, PCM Monroe. Downs and Humble, Wheeler, PCM Monroe. Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 157.
Welcome back to the 5 o'clock live update on KGRN 1410, brought to you by Colwell Automation and Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. Well, Dave, this has been a good morning and a good afternoon. We're starting to get back into some of the wrestlebacks coming up here. We just got done with Riker, it was from Williamsburg at 157, Sawyer Kirby, which his second round, he wrestled Mikey Ryan, which had a bye in the first round from Mount Vernon, and unfortunately lost by tech fall 19-4. So he'll have one more chance to wrestle back, correct?
Yes. Well, he will wrestle back, and if he wins, he will continue on tomorrow. If he loses, then his season is done.
Okay, and that's in the 3rd and 4th place bracket, heading on the backside.
So he can wrestle for as high as third.
Third
He
place.
He's got to win a couple more to get at least get on the medal stand.
Okay. And then, so coming up next, as we're waiting for, let's see.
At 157, Cooper Franklin, Val Burnett,
Double checking here. I know that when we get to 175, Marcus Bear and Brady Greer will both wrestle because they had guys in front of them that had buys. But we're still 2 matches away from getting those blanks filled in.
Just a quick reminder, the losers in the first and second rounds of Class 2A will wrestle in the second round Constellations again this afternoon. Again, the losers in first and second round wrestling today wrestle in the second round Constellations at the conclusion of this session. At the conclusion of the Class 2A second round Constellation, we'll have Class 3A quarterfinals and third round Constellations, and then the Class 3A fourth round Constellations. Lots of wrestling ahead here at the Casey Center.
As Mr. Announcer said, there's been lots of wrestling that is behind us already. So
now wrestling on mat number 2, 165 pounders, William Bullhart, Cora, David Zinnel, Algona, Bullhart, Cora, Zinnel, and Algona wrestling on mat number 2 at 165. Up on mat number 3 at 165.
as we touch back here on our live update. So for Williamsburg, 165, Kyler Wade did wrestle in the first round. He lost by tech fall in 2 minutes and 57 seconds to Christopher Meyer of Independence. So he'll be wrestling back when we get into the consolation rounds after we get through the championship bracket stuff.
Now wrestling on mat number 4, 175, Christian Dunning, Clear Lake, Hayden Carroll.
And we are starting to get into the 175 brackets here.
Number 4 at 175. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 175, Brady Greer, Williamsburg, Jason Curran, Mount Vernon. Greer of Williamsburg, Curran of Mount Vernon. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 175.
So Matt 7's going to
So we
pick
do
up.
have somebody wrestling
Yep.
on mat number 7. Brady Greer from Williamsburg will be taking on Jason Curran from Mount Vernon. Curran Brady shoots in. Curran has has Brady's ankle, and now he kicks out of it. He still has a hold of the leg, therefore he can't swing around and get the 3. Referee says that's a stalemate, guys. Nobody's improving. Let's go back on the lines on neutral.
If you're listening live on 1410, we're going to go ahead and keep this right here till this match runs out. So we will not be taking a 2-minute break. We're going to keep it right here, live action.
And right now they're shoots in, does a nice job of getting, but Brady does a nice job of countering. Kason Curran from Mount Vernon had a really good shot, just couldn't quite score it. And Kason is trying to fight for it. Brady's doing a nice job of countering. And he does get around. He breaks the handhold. Kason does, and he does get around for the takedown. So he takes a 3-0 lead in with 26 seconds in the first period. Working for try and turn him over. Kason was down on the legs and comes back up, riding tough, putting a leg in. And that's the end of the first period, with Brady Breyer trailing 0-3 for Kason Curran from Mount Vernon. Red's choice. Red's going down. So Brady will be going down. And they get him started. Swings around. Kason doing a nice job of riding, breaking him down to stomach now. A lot of weight there, doing a nice job of keeping his weight on him. Is Kason. Referee's coming in. Says something to him. Kason has a scissors on the leg. Not using it much. Now Brady's worked back to his base. Kason takes him back down stomach. A minute left in this period. Kason is just trying to get an arm, see if he can work something. Brady comes up to a tripod. Kason drops down the grabbing leg. Now they go out of bounds. Be coming back to the middle with Brady on the bottom. Behind 3-0. 28 seconds left. As we're set and covered, Kason takes the right arm of Brady, takes him down to the mat. Not really working for the fall, but the official's not getting involved in it, so he's basically just putting his weight on him, and Brady can't find an answer to getting out from underneath. And there's the end of the second period. Green's choice. Green's choosing down.
Now wrestling on mat number 8.
And they get started.
Brody Boomin.
Casey comes up.
Assumption Davenport, Isaac Williams, Nevada. Boomin, Assumption Davenport. Williams,
Brady takes him back
Nevada.
down. Brady has a half Nelson in. Running it. Can't quite get him turned. We'll see if Cason's trying to scoot out.
Now wrestling on mat number 4, 190 pounders. Ray
120.
Fox, Clear Lake. Oscar Potter, Woodward Granger. Fox from Clear Lake. Potter, Woodward Granger.
Casey.
Wrestling on mat number 4.
Brady has a half Nelson in, and he is cranking on it hard. Cason's just able to
West Delaware.
keep from going over on it.
Mather, West Delaware. One ball of Glenwood. Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 175.
3-0 score. Minute and 2 seconds left. There's a stalling call on Cason. He's up 3-0. And there he does a move and is able to get out to get a leg to Brady.
Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 175. Aiden Antonelli, Anamosa. Cale Troutman, Independence. Antonelli, Anamosa. Troutman of Independence. Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 175.
Fortunately, Brady is not able to figure out to stop it for a stalemate, but 15 seconds left. He's got to have a 4-point near fall.
Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 175. Easton Fire.
False start there, so we'll restart. You can see who it was on. Maybe it was on another whistle on another mat. Brady puts a jerk in. Just has no way of turning him. And that's the end of the third period. Kason Curran wins with a takedown in the first period. And for a 3-0 lead, is able to finish it out for the victory. Now we'll take it back to Dan and a word from our sponsors then.
So if my notes are correct, that means that Brady, he'll be able to wrestle back yet this evening. Is that correct, Dave?
This afternoon.
This afternoon?
Yes.
Yep. Next up, what we're waiting for, actually, we're probably 4 seconds away on mat number 6. We'll be looking at Marcus Bear from South Tama on the 175-pounder, taking on Kyler Crow from Mediapolis.
Up on mat number 3 at 175.
That should be
And
starting.
they're just getting ready. He's checking in on
mat 7
so now.
190. Maximus Purdy.
So we'll
Have
keep
to let
it.
the winner of the match before him check in. So
Purdy, Assumption Davenport.
We'll keep it right here live on KGRN 1410, unless they have another obligation they have to go to, but we'll just keep it while we got a local wrestler here. We'll stay live with them. As we're switching out here, we'll just make sure that we give a shout out to our title sponsors, Caldwell Automation and Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. And since this is a South Tama wrestler, I'll give a shout out to Sunny Hill Care Center, right across from the high school, up there in Tama. Megan Thiessen is the manager or the administrator of that facility, which believe that this is talking to the 3A, but Megan has a nephew that Hugo Hughes, which will be wrestling in the 3A bouts later this evening.
and unfortunately, Evan gets caught at a nightstand pin with 34 seconds. In 34 seconds, he had a good shot. It's just that Marcus kind Tyler was able to catch him and eventually take him down. Not only took him down to his back, and therefore was able to secure the fall. And he will have another match in about an hour or so to see if he can get on the stands. So.
Reminder, we will go for the second round Consolations class swing as we snaps clear of this round. 106, 113 pounders warming up. Up on mat number 6, 15, Coach Kentucky, Denver, 13 dance, Assumption Davenport. Kentucky, Denver, defense, Assumption Davenport, now resting on match 50. Up on match 7, the forward, Cody Elliott, representing over Fenwick, Elliott of West City, now resting on match 7, 15. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 285, Ryan Pear, Osage, Payne, Mahler, Marino, Woodward Granger, Pear, Osage, Mahler, Marino, Woodward Granger, now wrestling on mat 7 at 285.
So is mat 2 what you're seeing, Dave, for Josh Wringler coming up next after that one's over?
I have no idea. I have no way of telling.
Okay. It looks like mat 2, it'll be Josh Wringler up next.
Very well could be.
After we get through that, I think we're in period 2 with about 12 seconds or something left.
It's got 25 seconds in the second period on mat 2.
Okay.
Pretty good match.
Now wrestling on mat number 5, 190 pounders, Brian Snyder, Centerville, Blaine Reese, Washington, Snyder of Centerville, Reese of Washington, now wrestling on mat number 5 at 190.
If you're wondering why we're having trouble finding things, we're going everywhere from 175 to 285 on the mats.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
And when I bring up on Track Wrestle, sometimes it tells me where they're up next at, and sometimes they don't.
Doesn't.
So that even makes it more fun. Because like you said, 285 on mat 7, 285 already has one in queue, and that's the one we need to watch. So once Josh gets going on mat 2, and then on mat 7 will be Carson Greer from Williamsburg.
Well, you can watch Carson on 7. I'm going to be on mat 2.
Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 190, Raylan Bieber, Independence, Mitchell Fisher, Sheldon South O'Brien. Bieber, Independence, Fisher, Sheldon South O'Brien. Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 190.
Mat 7's got blood time.
Garrett Anderson, Keokuk, Brendan Langford, 2 center. Anderson of Keokuk, Langford, 2 center. Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 190.
So as we're slowly, and I'll say slowly, it's actually not slow. It's moving along pretty fast. But as
It really is.
we're starting
It
to,
just feels slow.
yeah, we're starting to wind down. As I start to see some 285s on the mat, that's going to end the championship round of that bracket, and then we'll switch back over to the consolation side, and we'll pick those up as we go through there also. Mat 2 is winding down, or it is done.
It is done, and here comes Josh.
Up on mat number 2, 190 pounders. Donovan Hedrickson, Atlantic, Josh Wringler, Grinnell. Hedrickson, Atlantic, Wringler, Grinnell. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Up on mat number 3, 190. Thomas Sexton, Decorah. Jared Polking, Carroll. Sexton, Decorah, Polking, the Carroll. Up on mat
Here we go.
3.
Josh Wringler and Donovan Harrington. Donovan is from Atlantic, Iowa. I think his dad said that he has wrestled him twice. Josh shoots in, but he goes for the wrong leg. Harrington just pulls it back. Now we're back on our feet. Josh is circling right. Reaches for the left. Guy tries to kick out over it. Josh has one leg. Now he has two, and he gets the takedown. Kind of a different scramble, but it had a good effect to us, as Josh was able to get the takedown, and the Atlantic young man kicks out. He'll be down. Josh went for a single leg on one side, and Atlantic kicked over, and now Josh is using the head to get an arm bar. Got the chicken wing in. Right, and with a deep waist, chicken wing, he lost the chicken wing. Josh pulls him back, and he gives him a takedown. Gives him an escape. So it's 3-1. Atlantic young man shoots in. Josh just backs up. He has a underhook spinning around. Now they come back to their feet. As the underhook goes for the leg, just can't get to it because he's blocking off with the other arm.
Small, center point Urbana, now wrestling on mat number 5 at 215.
Josh shoots in, gets to the single leg. See if he can do it. Switches off, tries to get to the other leg. Oh, young man tries something from Atlantic, and Josh is able to secure the second takedown. Rather than get put to his back, he gives up the takedown. Two one, and that's the end of the first period, with Josh Wringler leading 6-1. Flip the coin. Green's choice. Green defers. Josh is going down. Let's see if he can fire out. What happens? Second period, score 6-1. Josh Wringler over Donovan Headington. They get set. He pops up. Wow, is he fast. And he gets an escape. So now it's 7-1. See if he can get another takedown. Josh does a nice job of faking to one leg and shooting for the other leg. Josh only has one loss on the year. That was in overtime. That was in Grinnell.
On a technicality.
We're not going to go there. And Harrington tries to slide him by. Josh blocks him off. Josh is trying to pull him in.
Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 285, Reagan Roberts.
Got the takedown. Interesting moves. These are not normal, typical takedowns. Donovan is reacting, and Josh is countering him and throwing him over and getting the takedowns. We like it. It's 10-1 right now, with 1 minute and 10 seconds in the second period. Josh is trying to right him, and he just cuts him. 10-2. 2 more takedowns, and we should have a tech fall. Josh is hanging on the outside. Now they break completely. Putting by, always slitting by. He almost got it, couldn't. Harrington shoots in, but Josh is able to. Now Josh pulls him forward. Harrington tries to get to the other one. Josh is able to take him down to his back. And there's 4. 17-2, tech fall. Congratulations to Josh Wringler, as he will be going on to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
We can jump back
Nice
down.
match.
Yeah, the great win by Josh there. And we watched him 3 or 4 times at home this year as we covered Grinnell Live. But down to mat 7, Carson Greer from Williamsburg is taking on Knoxville's Reagan Roberts on mat 7.
And I think that match just ended. I do not. 3-0, 2, but he's going to the scoreboard, so I'm saying that I'm not. And they switched it up.
Carson Greer with a pin.
So you'll have to check on that one. I think the Williamsburg young man won. But then I've been wrong before. So far today.
Limbaugh, Algona, Azaline, Assumption Davenport now wrestling on mat 7 at 285.
So that means that we'll finish out the rest of the championship round there. And next up will be the start of the consolation brackets.
Actually, we have a 285 Greer. Was that the one that was on 7?
Yeah, that was on 7. So he did. Yep, it said win by pin 113.
Fuller of Osage, Watson before Madison, now wrestling on mat 1 at 215.
So what's coming up now is the wrestleback, second round of wrestlebacks. As the first round of wrestlebacks, those who lost in the first round, they get buys in the first consolation. So they'll come back and they will wrestle the loser of these in the front side. And if they win, they can go for as high as 4th. If they lose, it's been a great season. So we'll see what happens for our area kids that are in the Consi wrestlebacks. I think we have 3 from Grinnell.
Yes, that's correct. So as those on KGRN are joining us live for our update from the Casey Center, this Boys Wrestling State Tournament Championship. We just finished out there, and I don't know, maybe KGRN stayed live because we told them that Josh Wringler was coming up. But at the 190 weight class, Josh Wringler, who had a bye in the first round, wrestled Donovan Hedrington from Atlantic and won by tech fall 15-4. And then we just caught the tail end. We didn't catch the tail end of it. Carson Greer from Williamsburg that had a bye in the first round. He wrestled Reagan Roberts from Knoxville, and he pinned him in 1 minute and 13 seconds. So quick turnaround there for those 2 wrestlers. And as Dave said, now we're once we get the rest of these championship rounds, which I see that mat 4 is our first consolation round that has been started at 106. So we will slowly start to see those trickle in there. And if you're wondering where I get that information from, if you're watching live online, at the top row of Track Wrestle tells them what mat they're wrestling on, what the weight class is, and it'll either say championship round or consolation round. So that tells us which side of the bracket that they're wrestling on. And as Dave said earlier, everyone who lost in the first round, they now get switched over to the consolation round for a second opportunity, and they'll have their chance to wrestle back. But as those are just joining us on 1410 KGRN, this is your live 5:30 update brought to you by Colwell Automation in Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. While we have a minute before we get many of the other wrestlers even come up close, I think, Dave, the first one that we're going to have is 120 for Eli Feifer. Is that correct? I believe so. Nope, we're going to have, it'll be
We're
Eli
gonna have
Feifer.
all three of the.
Yep, all three of the Grinnell wrestlers. So let's give a shout out to our sponsors here, Linder Tire, Lights Insurance Agency in Montezuma and New Sharon, Patriot Realty in Brooklyn, Montezuma, in Linville, Sully, and in Grinnell. Security Title and Escrow Services, Montezuma State Bank, Fidelity Bank and Trust. First State Bank with locations in Montezuma, Brooklyn, Linville, Sully, and Grinnell. Thombert Inc. in Brooklyn. Corey Hall Photography with taking pictures in Brooklyn, Grinnell, and many of the other locations. Manats in Brooklyn, Brooklyn Medical Center, Brooklyn Mutual Telecommunications Co-op, Dayton Meats, 641 Apparel in Sully, Janco Industries, Star Auto, Sully Transport, Kevin Durbin State Farm, Grinnell Mutual, Brown's Shoe Fit Store, Partners Communication Cooperative, Dre Insurance Agency, and Ties Motor Group, Sunny Hill Care Center in Tama, and Ullman's Furniture in Williamsburg, and then also, as I mentioned, our title sponsors, Colwell Automation and Compass Memorial Healthcare. So thank you to all those sponsors. Without you, we would not be bringing this to you live on this 1410 update and bringing it to you live all day. We've been at this since 9 a.m. this morning. We took about a 40-minute break in between sessions, and then we were right back at it. So we're keeping a running scorecard of the winners and the losers and keeping everybody on track and on pace. So as we are into, we're at the 5:34 mark, we're going to do this a little bit earlier, but why don't we take a 2-minute break and hear a word from our sponsors, get caught up, and then we will be back and hopefully start to get into the 120 area and maybe a little bit closer. I don't know if we'll get that far, but we'll check back 2 minutes. You're listening to local state wrestling on KGRN 1410. Back in 2 minutes.
And will Dreos wrestle? Dreos should wrestle this round, correct?
Because he lost the first, so he'll wrestle again. Let me pull his bracket up here. That will be 106. 106. Then I got to switch to this bracket.
Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 113, Robert Edenkofer, Weston Dreos, Roman Kyle, Sadell, Edenkofer, Crestwood Presto.
Yes, he is going to wrestle. Well, he should be one of the first ones. 106.
Well, yeah, but they assign them like over on Mount 1.
Lane Flipkey, North Fayette Valley, Gunner Martwick, Preston.
I'm guessing check Mat 2. What's coming up?
That's Wilholm. So I want to see 2225. He's going to be on mat 8, Dave.
Okay.
Number 7, consolation round of 106.
Sometime.
Andrew Collins, Anamosa.
Yeah, because they're
Collins, Anamosa. Moss, Davis.
51 seconds in the second period.
Consolation is a 106. Now up on mat number
Mat
2.
8.
Cole Whittle. Larry Goldfield out. Gustavo Civic, Aguilar.
Welcome back from commercial break on KGRN 1410. I'm Dan Walker along with Dave Geisen, bringing to you live state wrestling tournament action. We are currently waiting for the next up, which would be Weston Dreos from Williamsburg, which
As
is,
he's
you see him? Yep.
getting ready to put on the ankle band.
Okay, his first round he won 10-2. His second round he lost by tech fall, but 20-3 to Anderson Osgood from Solon. So he is on his wrestleback side, and I'll let Dave take that over. Mat 8, 120, 106 weight class.
As Dawson Casca from Wilton came out firing, he shot in on a double, but so far Weston Dreos is able to fight it off. He's starting to get him a little more out of position. So far, nobody's got a takedown or in position here. And Wilton, Casca from Wilton was able to swing around and get the first takedown. Weston is on bottom now. Trying to, well, he comes up to his base, stands up a little bit, pulled back down. Wilton turns him loose. Dawson Casca turns him loose. It's a escape. Casca comes right back in.
Now on mat number 2, 113. Landon Howell, overhead. On Amos, clear left. Howell.
Casca's trying to keep pushing Weston to the outside. Now Weston turns and able to get inside. Now he backs back out. Right on the edge. Dawson shoots again, goes out of bounds. Go back to the middle. In neutral position. 3-1 score. Can fight. 21 seconds left in the first period. Collar tie. Weston shoots in again. Or Dawson shoots in again. Trying to cross. There he spins about. He's able to cross face him and get the cross face him, able to get the hands broke. Spins around behind him. Makes the score 4-3 as we go in right at the end of the period. As we go into the second period, red's choice. Red defers. Green chooses down. So Dawson Casca is going to start from the bottom position. He gets set, and they start. Dawson tries to do a switch. Doesn't take the arm, so it will not work. Weston's able to bring him back to his base. Trying to get him off of it. There he does. Now he puts a half in, takes it back out. Trying to get a one-on-one on both sides. Pulling the arm in. Weston's doing a nice job of keeping his weight on him, but he needs to do something to improve to try and work for a fall. Now he's got a chicken wing in. Got the hand on the other side. Trying to get it secured well enough so that he feels comfortable of coming out and driving it. Now he's doing it. Keeps driving and driving. Now he turns it and is able to get him on the back. He's got 4 near fall points. Dawson is able so far to keep the shoulder up. According to the official, it's still up. It is tight, though. Kicks around. 30 seconds left in the third period and in the first period. And there's the fall. 27 seconds left in the second period. So that would be 3:33 as Weston Dreos will advance on to continue on to be on the stand. And I'll send it back to Dan.
All right, so next up, we're going to probably be looking for the 120 weight class, which there are a few of those on deck already, and that's going to be Grinnell's Eli Feifer. That will be wrestling up next. And I don't see, he hasn't been put on deck of any of them yet. But let's give a shout out to the rest of those sponsors. Again, title sponsor for our live update on 1410 KGRN is Colwell Automation in Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. Thank you to those two and all the other sponsors to go along with that. I give a shout out to Ron McCarthy back in the studio, keeping us plunked in so everyone could hear us when we do our live updates. And thank you for joining us online on the Tiger Sports live stream network. It's been a tremendous feeling when you look down, and I think our first session we had over 2,300 people view the morning session. In this afternoon sessions, it's doing quite well also. So if you like what you're seeing, go ahead and give us a thumbs up. It helps us for the preparation side of things to kind of keep going. Currently, we're over 1,200 viewers since we started at 2:15 or 2:20 this afternoon, and we greatly appreciate that. That's tells us that this is something that people want to listen to. Even though you can't visually see it, we're typically always streaming that live video out there. But thank you again for joining us on KGRN 1410 on the dial for these live updates and continuous coverage onto the Tiger Sports Livestream Network YouTube page. So again, we'll kind of catch in here if we don't pick this up, which we're kind of at the end of our live update hour, brought to you by Colwell Automation and Compass Memorial Healthcare. We will pick you back up at 6 o'clock for the next live update on 1410 KGRN. This is Dan Walker, along with Dave Kaizen, live from the State Wrestling Tournament in Des Moines.
Here, we're letting fire in the sentence. Now wrestling match number 6 of 106.
Okay, so now on deck. He's got to be coming pretty soon.
Number 3 at 120, Holden Groningen. Walk on, Zig Gillespie, Iowa Falls Alden. Groningen, walk on, Gillespie, Iowa Falls Alden. Now wrestling match number 3 at 120. Now up on match number 1 at 120. Keaton Schroeder, Atlantic. Wyatt Blair. Southeast Valley Gallery. Schroeder, Atlantic. Blair, Southeast Valley Gallery. Now wrestling match number 1 at 120. Now wrestling on match number 7 at 113. Caleb Brown, West Liberty. Evan Gleason, Solid. Brown, West Liberty. Gleason, Solid. Now wrestling match number 7 at 113.
Holding back in. I love it. It's got him tight. That's tight. I broke the grip here, so he's going to.
Is it only 5:46?
5:46 it is. Only. Only, Dave.
Only.
Fort City. Now wrestling match number 2 at 120.
So once we get through this consolation round, and then we have one more, right?
No.
No.
Once they get through this consolation round, then they go to 3A.
Okay.
So we've got they have 112 matches in this round, and they've already wrestled a few of them on 8 mats.
Albaugh. Evans, Weston. Alton.
So
Now wrestling match number 7 at 120.
Okay, looks like it will be mat 1 is where Eli's going to be up next.
okay.
So he will take on Jaron Jacobs from Grand Junction, excuse me.
Jasper Songbird, Osage, Owen Fluid, West Delaware, Manchester. Songbird, Osage, Fluid, West Delaware, Manchester. Now wrestling match number 5, 126.
He is really
Okay. So we'll just kind of let those mature out.
Anderson, Independence, Owen, Swenson, Vinton Shelster, Anderson, Independence, Swenson, Vinton Shelster. Now wrestling match number 6 at 120. Now on match number 2 at 126. Garrett Kruger, DCL and UWSH. Jason Leffelty, Decorah. Kruger, DCL and UWSH. Leffelty, Decora, now wrestling match number 2 at 126.
Score that. You gotta score that. No, they do. Welcome for Pat.
Now wrestling match number 7 at 132. Gabrielle Snurry, Simpson Davenport. Hunter Waldo Martinez, Eagle Grove. Snurry, Simpson Davenport. Waldo Martinez, Eagle Grove. Now wrestling match number 7 at 132.
All right, next up on
We
mat
have-
1,
Jared Jacobs, Green County.
Eli Feifer from Grinnell
Jacobs, Green County, Piper, Grinnell. Now wrestling match number 1 at 120.
versus Jaron Jacobs from Grand Junction.
Matt Jeffobana, Centerville. Dylan Terwilliger, Eagle Grove.
Shoots in, gets a single,
Terwilliger, Eagle Grove.
and gets the takedown. Jaron does from Greene County. Now he gets a started to get a chicken wing.
Ledwin. Tedro, Carroll, Black, Ledwin. Now wrestling match number 8 at 120. Now up on match number
Comes
3.
back to his base.
Tanner Palestine.
Jaron is
Woodward Granger.
now he stands up, almost gets away, and we got a hands locked because
Now wrestling match number 3 at 126.
he was on his feet, and then he went down and dropped the knee, and they had to separate the hands. He didn't, so it's 1 point for Eli, and now he's going to let him escape. So it's 3-2. Jaron did a really nice job of shooting in. Low single, did it again. Got the ankle. Eli tries to go over the top of him. Now Jaron tries to isolate one leg. And there's potentially dangerous on the knee. We're going back to neutral. 53 seconds left in the first period. Eli needs to do a little better job of protecting, and there Jaron tries to shoot in. Eli fights him off. Jaron shoots in again, and there's a stalling call on Grinnell. They're draped over each other. Eli's trying to get from taken down. Jordan has the head between leg. The referee calls a stalemate. There is a stalling call on Eli. Needs to start picking it up a little bit. He kind of fakes. Shoots from too far out. Jordan doesn't shoot from too far out. He gets to the single leg, able to get to the ankle, able to hook the leg, and he gets the takedown. 6-2. 8 seconds left in the first period. As the period ends, they'll flip the disc. Green's choice, he defers. Jaron wants to go neutral. Should. He's been in 3 times on the ankle. Shoots in again. Eli pulls him down. Eli has a front headlock on him. Jordan tries to swing around and get the leg. Can't do it. And the referee calls stalemate. Neither one of you are improving. Let's go back to the center on our feet. Jordan backs up. Then he tries to fakes. Eli reacts. Jordan gets into the leg. Eli has a whizzer on. Jordan comes back to the leg and is able to take Eli down for the third takedown. So it's 9-2. Minute left in the second period. Kind of does the switch as they go out of bounds. Eli will be down.
Williamsburg, Hayden Schultz, Tipton. Albaugh, Williamsburg, Schultz, Tipton. Now wrestling match number 3 at 132.
As we're getting ready to start on mat 3 with the Williamsburg wrestler. Eli kind of goes into him, kind of doesn't. Jordan counters it. Eli comes up or tries it down. Unfortunately, Jordan is able to step across, get the legs hooked in. It is tight. He has Eli on his back. And there's the fall. In 3 minutes and 29 seconds. 4 minutes. 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Eli shot in for a carry. Karen was able to step across it and was able to catch him on his back and get the fall. Nice match by Eli. Congratulations on getting the state tournament. Now on mat 3, gets 0-0, and there's a takedown. As Hayden does a scramble. And a scramble, and they stand up and back to neutral position. Hayden got a couple near fall points there, so it's 5-1. Hayden Schultz shoots in. Hayden defends. Hayden's trying to pull him forward. Swings by. Able to get 3. Almost got near fall points. Gives up 1. 8-2. And reaches in. Hayden Schultz has got a hold of a single leg. Hayden is trying to defend it off with a whizzer. Neither one of them is able to improve. And that's the end of the first period. Score 8-1, 8-2. Hayden has a couple takes down, a couple near fall points. A couple takedowns and a couple near fall points. Hayden has 2 escapes. Hayden chooses down, stands up. Hayden, rather than get a stalling call, we'll just release him, so it's 8-3. Power time.
I'd like to welcome in everyone on 1410 KGRN for the live update.
Hayden shoots in, gets the ankle. So far, Hayden is able to fight it off.
Currently live match going on. We have Williamsburg's Hayden Albaugh wrestling, and he is against Tipton's Caden Schultz.
And Hayden is able to scramble and get a takedown. There's another escape by Caden, another takedown. So it's 14-4. Just seems like whatever Caden Schultz from Tipton tries to do, Hayden has an answer for him. 14-4, 34 seconds left in the second period. Hayden's riding with a half Nelson. Now he puts the crossface on, trying to get the knee to the nose to the knee so he can. Now he's trying to do the 4 count. 14-4. 34 seconds left in the second period. Hayden's riding with a half Nelson. Now he puts the crossface on, trying to get the knee to the nose to the knee so he can. Now he's trying to do the 4 count. 14-4. 34 seconds left in the second period. Now he's trying to do the 4 count. 14-4. 34 seconds left in the second period. Hayden Schultz has got a hold of a single leg. Hayden has a couple takes down, a couple near fall points. A couple takedowns and a couple near fall points. Hayden has 2 escapes. Now he's trying to Does the Butcher, gets a 3 caught, maybe 4. There's a 4 count, so it's 18-4. And the end of the second period. Hayden is going down. 2 more points. Well, if he gets a reversal, 1 more point. If he can get an escape or a reversal. There's the escape. Should end the match. As it does, 19-4. Anytime you have a 15-point spread, you have a tech fall. Nice match by Hayden Albaugh from Williamsburg.
Final 19-4.
Yes. Tech fall with 407.
All right, so that takes us down to next in line is going to be Jack Vitec, which I don't see any 144s in queue yet. Looks like they're all 138s. We've got a couple 138s that have just started on the mat.
Now wrestling mat number 3 at 138. Now up on mat number 1 at 138. Lane Travis Preston, Grayson Grell, Central DeWitt. Travis Preston, Grell, Central DeWitt. Now wrestling mat number 1 at 138.
So while we got this short break, let's go ahead and give a shout out as a recap here for all those that just joined us on our live update at 1410 KGRN. Brought to you by Colwell Automation and Compass Memorial, along with another host of sponsors. We'll catch you up with those. We just finished up with Hayden Albaugh, which was in his third round. So that would be his third time that he's wrestled this afternoon. He won by technical decision over Caden Schultz with a score of 19-4. So he stays alive and he's wrestling strong. His second round, he actually lost by tech fall to Easton Inyurt. So this was the opportunity for Hayden to stay alive, and he did stay alive, so he's going to keep going. As we work our way backwards in this same round, Eli Feifer, he lost to Jaron Jacobs from Grand Junction with a pin in 349. So Eli had a nice wrestling tournament or wrestling season to get here. Unfortunately, Eli's season ends after that match right there. And then keep going backwards to 106, Weston Dreos. He won his first round 10-2. His second round he lost to Anderson Osgood of Solon with a tech fall of 20-3. And then his second round, he turned around and won by fall in 3.33 seconds over Dawson Casca of Wilton. So some pretty good activity going on here in the 2A round. And like I said, we are just kind of waiting in queue here for the next one, which would be Jack Vitec at 144. I want to say thank you for joining. If you're just joining in and haven't give us you like what you're listening to, give us a thumbs up. We love to see that down there. And then also just kind of give a shout out and a little bit of love for all these great sponsors that joined in. Linder Tire, Lights Insurance Agency in Montezuma and New Sharon, Patriot Realty in Brooklyn, Montezuma, Linville, Sully, Grinnell Security Title and Escrow Services in Montezuma, Montezuma State Bank, Fidelity Bank and Trust, First State Bank with locations in Montezuma, Brooklyn, Linville, Sully, and Grinnell, Thornburn Inc. in Brooklyn, Corey Hall Photography serving multiple areas, Brooklyn and Grinnell, Manats, Brooklyn Medical, Brooklyn Mutual Telecommunications Co-op, Dayton Meat Products, 641 Apparel in Sully, Janco Industries in Sully, Star Auto, Sully Transport, Kevin Durbin State Farm, Grinnell Mutual,
Now wrestling
Brown
match
Shoe
number
Fit in downtown Grinnell, Partners Communication Cooperative, Dreos Insurance Agency, Ties Motor Group, Sunny Hill Care Center in Tama, Compass Memorial Healthcare, Williamsburg, Ullman Furniture in Williamsburg, and that rounds out the sponsors. So without all these sponsors, and if you're in any of their businesses, please give them a big shout out and say thank you for allowing us to bring these live updates to you via KGRN and all day on the Tiger Sports Livestream Network live stream. It's been a pleasure. Myself, Dan Walker, and Dave Kaizen bringing it to you live from the Casey Center. So it looks like, Dave, mat 7 is where Jack's going to be coming up after Caden Griner from Washington and Kyler Tyndall at Sergeant Bluff Luton. Looks like they're into the first period there.
First period. Might not hurt to listen to a couple of our sponsors then as we wait for Jack to come up.
So let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break on our live update from KGRN. You're listening to State Wrestling from the Casey Center in Des Moines. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Now wrestling match number 2 at 144. Ashley Johnston, Esterville Lincoln Central. J.D. Bucknell and HTV. Johnston, Esterville Lincoln Central. Bucknell and HTV. Now wrestling match number 2 at 144.
There's just some good wrestling on every mat. You get focused in on watching one, and then it's like, holy cats, you look to your right or look to your left, and there's more over there.
Whenever we get done with commercials, we'll bring it back.
Followed by match number 7 at 144. Paxton Thompson, Davis County. Jack Vitec, Grinnell. Thompson, Davis County. Vitec, Grinnell. Now wrestling match number 7 at 144. Now on match number 8 at 138. Jackson Miller, Benton Community. Harvard Park, Centerville.
As there come Jack out of the tunnel.
We can go ahead and lead into it. It's 19 seconds left in the break yet, but just go ahead and we'll pick him up right when he starts, and we'll just I'll cue in and say welcome back when we get to that point. Yep.
Because I have no idea when they end.
Welcome back from your live update. Thank you for those incredible sponsors for this live update on AM 1410 KGRN. Bringing it to you live from the State Wrestling Tournament. Let's take it out to the mat. Jack Vitec is on mat 7. Or he will. Yeah, he's in. They started already.
They have started already. It's kind of a scramble. Nobody's done anything except for Paxton Thomas from Davis County is able to scramble enough to get the first takedown. Jack sits out, not able to get away from him. Does a roll, but it's not a good one, so he's back to his base. Paxton is trying to get an arm tied up. Jack's content, and there he sits out again. Just not able to put anything with it. Paxton is trying to get a arm bar series going. Jack goes up to a tripod, goes back down to his knees. Paxton is not really even trying to break him off his base. Jack sits out again. And Jack is able to get out and gets a reversal. Set out, kind of did a switch. It wasn't going to work, did something else, and was able to come around, spin around behind him, and was able to get the reversal. So it's 3-2. Jack is trying every which way to turn him over, and that's the end of the first period. Jack can keep the pressure on and turn him. In the next two periods, we'll see what he can do. Green's choice. Green chooses down. So Jack will go down. He's set. Paxton covers. And he gets started. Jack just kind of sits there so he doesn't get knocked off of his base. Paxton tries to get an arm out. Sits out. Paxton says, I saw that before. Follows him around. Jack is, now he comes back to, slides back to his base. Jack is just kind of on his base, trying to get enough room so he can do something, get out. Paxton is trying to get an arm. Trying to get the chicken wing in from the knees. And Jack is trying to get his leg out. Paxton is just has his leg hooked, and Jack is not able to get it out, get something started. And there's a stalling call on Green, which is Jack. So he's saying comes up to a tripod and goes back down to his base. If you're going to choose down, you got to be able to fire and keep your head up and get some motion going. Does the sit out. Paxton follows him. Unfortunately, he lost his base. Now he's got to slide back up to it. Paxton is riding pretty parallel and not making many attempts to try and turn him, but it's Jack that has the stalling call. 1 second left in the second period, and that's it. It will be Paxton's choice, and he's going to go down. He's set. Jack covers. Tries to knock him off of the base on his whistle. Paxton comes up to a tripod. Jack puts a leg in. Jack gets out of position and gets a Peterson roll for 2 points reversal and at least 2 near fall. Makes it 7-2. And the minute and 15 seconds left in the third period. Jack has just not been able to get any offense going underneath. Comes up.
Now wrestling match number 3 at 144. Will Griswold, center point for Vanna.
Paxton is just holding on to one leg. Now he comes back up. Has Jack broke down to his stomach. 44 seconds left in the third period. Referee says something to somebody. I think he's trying to tell both of them to get some action going, just because we need some. Stalling on green. That's another point for Paxton.
Renault now wrestling at number 150.
We'll keep this right here on 1410 KJRN with live action of Jack Vitec and Paxton Thompson finishing out the third period there.
As he sits out, 4 seconds left, not able to do anything. Paxton's done an excellent job of riding and stifling everything Jack tried to do. Paxton beats Jack 8-2 in the consolation round. That will end his season.
So next up is, I believe, on mat 2 will be where Alex Feifer goes next.
Back in, snap down. It does have a leg a little bit better this time.
On mat number 7, 150. Warren Dukes by Esquivel.
I think we'll have to watch one whole mat on mat 2 before that happens.
Esterville Lincoln Central, Miller, APTC, but now wrestling mat number 7 at 150. Now up on mat number 2 at 150, Ben Lysak. Centerville, Jason Carter, and Atlantic. Lysak,
Showing Centerville versus Atlantic. That must be on deck on mat 2.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I have the ability to, I can look 2 in advance, so we have to have this match first on mat 2, and then Alex is on deck after that.
So
Kicking it way back there.
Send it back to our station.
Yes, let's go ahead and, well, actually, we'll go ahead and close out this 6 o'clock live update, and we'll pick KJRN back up at 6:30 for the next live update. You've been listening to Iowa State Boys Wrestling on 1410 KJRN, brought to you by Caldwell Automation and Compass Memorial Healthcare. We'll see you again. This is Dan Walker along with Dave Kaizen. We'll be back at 6:30 for the next live update on 1410 KJRN.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
So, next up, 170. So far, 177. 6 guys on the first 6 guys. So far, all those things have 4 on the front.
Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 157. Cooper Franklin, Albert. Bennett Newsman. Esterville Lincoln Central. Franklin, Albert. Houston, Esterville Lincoln Central. Now wrestling mat number 5 at 157. Now up on mat number 8 at 150. Lane Pennington, Sons of Davenport. Jackson Kirkhoff, Humboldt. Pennington, Sons of Davenport. Kirkhoff, Humboldt. Now wrestling mat number 8 at 150. Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 157. Bring Downs Humble, Jacob Vance Osage. Downs Humble, Vance Osage. Now wrestling mat number 7 at 157. Now up on mat number 6 at 157. James Nevin. Harlan Community, Jose Avila, Preston. Nevin, Harlan Community, Avila, Preston. Now wrestling mat number 6 at 157. Now wrestling mat number 5, 157. Tyler Patton, I will call Alden. Kate Wigley, West Liberty. Patton, I will call Alden. Wigley. West Liberty, now wrestling mat number 5, 157. Now up on mat number 4 at 165. Dale Hutchinson, Albia. Joey Glendenning, Burlington, Notre Dame. Hutchinson, Albia. Glendenning, Burlington, Notre Dame. Now wrestling mat number 4 at 165.
Dan,
Yes.
we have Alex Pfeiffer up on mat 2.
Okay. I've been scrambling here trying to figure out because it wasn't showing that he was up next anywhere, and I saw all these 157s and 165s.
Oh, no. Alex Pfeiffer's up on wrestling on mat 2.
All right.
Takes a little shot, takes another little fake. Slides down to a knee, comes back up, shoots in, gets to the single leg, but not a good shot. And is able to scramble out of it and save that, not giving up a takedown. If you're going to shoot at the state tournament, you better make sure it's a good one. Reaching for each other, both of them reaching. And there he gives up to 3. Wrestling Alex Cotter from North Polk.
Kale Cotter, it says.
Kale Cotter, excuse me. Alex Feifer is. 53 seconds left in the first one. I don't know why Alex reaches back to get leg between his leg. As basically he's just the top man. Kale is just riding him. Get the right official will, but then Alex is not trying to do anything either. So 3-0, 16 seconds left in the first period. Alex comes up to his base. And Kale is trying to use a chicken wing the opposite side, and there's the end of the first period. 3-0 going into the second. Flips the disc. It's green. Alex defers. Red's going down. So gets set. Alex climbs on. Kale's able to come up to a tripod. Alex kind of stumbles, but he still has a single leg. Needs to try and take him back down or release him. Pulls him to the middle. Problem is, if you don't take him down in 5 seconds, you're going to get a stalling call. And he lets him go. Therefore, it gives another one to Kale Cotter. Kale tries to slide by, doesn't work.
Carson Kidwell Solon, Gavin Newton Decora. Kidwell Solon, Newton Decora. Now wrestling match number 3 at 157.
Fakes to Alex, fakes to an ankle, doesn't go for it. Does a slide by. Kale does and is able to get the takedown with an inside hook.
165.
It's score 7-0. 48 seconds left in the first one. Alex is trying to get the leg where he's trying to get it. He probably won't get it, accomplish it. Kale's doing a nice job of keeping Alex off of his base, but he's not really working for a fall. He's just trying to tie up an arm. Now he's got a chicken wing in, going to the other side. Trying to get a double chicken wing in. Alex is able to scramble around, and Kale loses a chicken wing. Almost gets out, but he doesn't. And that's the end of the second period. Alex's choice, he's going to go neutral. Kale knows Alex has to come at him, so. Ends up 7-0. Alex gets to the leg. Kale has a whizzer in. Alex is able to come up with it. Not able to finish it, but he gets a double. If he can get the arm out there, he got the arm out for a takedown. Minute 28 seconds left. Now it's 7-3. Hasn't been able to turn him. I think the coaches tell him to. He turns him loose, but not for long enough to get the escape. So he tells the referee, I just want to let him up. We're going to go neutral. Minute 11 seconds left.
For those Williamsburg people tuning in, down there on mat 6, Sawyer Kirby 157 is taking on Gavin Gerbach from Dyke, New Hartford.
And up here on mat 2, Alex is taken down to his back, making the score 14-3 with 47 seconds left in the match. Seems like whatever Alex tries to do, Cale just counters it. So down on mat 6, they're kind of in a scramble situation. No points being scored, and there's a stalemate call. 22 seconds left on Alex's match. 14-3 lead for Cale Cotter.
Leighton Yeager, Esterville, Lincoln Central. Noah Chapman, Sergeant Bluff Wooten. Yeager, Esterville, Lincoln Central. Chapman, Sergeant Bluff Wooten. Now wrestling mat number 1 at 165.
Gavin shoots in. Gavin shoots in, gets a single leg. Sawyer tries to defend it off. Gavin switches to a double leg and is able to take him down. And that ends the match for Eli Feifer. It's 14-3, 14-2.
Number 8 at 165. Will Atkinson, Woodward Granger, Ryland Morgan. Larry is going
at 6 now.
Atkinson, Woodward Granger.
Gavin.
Larry is going Phil Downs. Now wrestling mat number 8.
Gerbach.
Back from Dyke, New Hartford is just riding. He's got an arm out. He's got and that ends that period. 3-0 lead over Sawyer Kirby from Williamsburg.
So if you just join us in, this is 3 minutes into the 6:30 live update on 1410 KJRN, brought to you by Colwell Automation and Compass Memorial Healthcare. We just finished out the match with Eli Feifer at 150. He lost 14-5 to Cale Cotter of North Polk. And now we have on mat
6.
Mat 6, starting the second period with Williamsburg's 157-pounder Sawyer Kirby taking on Gavin Gerbach from Dyke, New Hartford. Score: Gavin is 3, Sawyer 0 right now.
Gavin's has the ball on chain and is trying to get Sawyer over on his back. That's not working. So he's using a crossface, trying to get the leg to the knee. The head to the knee. That's not working. Sawyer's doing a nice job of fighting off his pinning combinations, but he needs to get up and get moving to get a reversal there. He gets to his base. Gavin pulls him back down. Tries to stand up, can't do it. Now he gets up to his feet. Gavin just lifts him and takes him right back down. Able to tie up his arm so he can't get back to his base. Now Sawyer is starting to get his arms free so he can get back to his base. Not a lot of action right here at this point in time with 17 seconds left in the second period. Gavin has an Navarro arm series. Sawyer is able to get up and kicks out for a 1-point escape in the last 3 seconds of the second period.
Now wrestling mat number 1 at 175. Eddie and Fremont.
Gavin takes up. Sawyer gets a position.
Freeman, Eddyville, Blacksburg, Fremont. Shipward.
Gets set. Gets started.
Mat number 1 at 175. Now up on mat number 3 at 165. Cooper Gates, West Branch. Tyler Wade, Williamsburg. Gates, West Branch. Wade, Williamsburg. Now wrestling mat number 3 at 165.
As we have another Williamsburg wrestler coming up to the mat. As Sawyer is being turned by Gavin. Got a near fall count. To make the score 7-1. Over on mat 2. Excuse me, mat 3. Williamsburg is taken down by Cooper Gates of West Branch.
Now wrestling match number 4 at 175. Bill Trotman.
As Sawyer gets up, but Gavin is able to take him back down.
Trotman, Independence. Smith and Lansing. Now wrestling match number 4 at 175.
Wade is able to get an escape on mat 3. So it is 3-1. $18 seconds left, and they break. Said there was a stalemate. Nothing big was going on. Sawyer gets down. Gavin tries to take him.
Now wrestling a match number 7 at 175.
Gavin's able to
South Haven County.
fight off what Sawyer was trying to do.
Lawrenson. Woodward Granger. Now wrestling match number 7 at 175.
And that ends the third period as Gavin Gabrock from Dyke New Hartford won 7-1 over Sawyer Kirby from Williamsburg. Switching over to mat 3. We have Cooper Gates of West Branch is wrestling Kyler Wade of Williamsburg, and that is the end of the first period with a 3-1 score in favor of Cooper.
And I think South Tama's
Williamsburg's
Marcus Bears
choice.
started up on one of them
First.
too.
Cooper chooses down. They get set. They start. Cooper's able to come up, and Kyler just turns him loose. So now the score's 4-1. Wade kind of reaches in, doesn't really shoot and drive through. Cooper drops down to fake, does it again. Kyler just needs to spin around him when he does that little fake and drops down. Cooper does a slide by, gets behind Kyler, drops down to a leg.
And third round consolation. These remain in the warm-up area. We will bring you in first available match. And Class 3A quarterfinal wrestlers and
Drops down to the mat, neither one's able to get it.
we will bring you in on the first available match. By the way, 3A quarterfinals can wrestle the mat 3, 4, 5, and 6. Third round consolation. Wrestle on mats 1, 2, 7.
Still going, even though they're on the side. Referee Bob Yelich says, no action, let's go. Calls a stalemate, let's go back to the middle.
Roland Story, Eric Anderson, Keokuk. Georgia, Roland Story, Anderson, Keokuk. Now up on mat number 1 at 190.
Mat number 7, Marcus Bear leads Taryn Larson from Woodward Granger 3-1. 1:14 left in that match in the first period.
On mat 3, Cooper as it shoots in, gets the leg, is able to take him down, get the 3-point takedown, has him locked up in a cradle, just not able to tip him. And there's the end of the period.
A lot of action going on right here during this live update from AM 1410 KGR, and we're just going to keep it here since we have 2 matches going. On mat 3, we have Cooper Gates from West Branch wrestling Kyler Wade from Williamsburg as that starts into the third period. Down on mat 7, we have Marcus Bear from South Tama wrestling Taryn Lawrenson from Woodward Granger. Score of 3-1 on that match.
Kyler Wade's able to get out and get an escape. So now scores now 7-2 with 1:30 left in the third period.
Chapman tipped it. Now wrestling match number 5 at 175.
And Cooper's able to slide by, drops down to a single leg, trying to get the takedown. Kyler Wade is doing really well, fighting it off. They're just about on the edge of the mat. Referee Bob Yelich is saying that's a stalemate, guys. If you can't improve, we're going to go back to the middle.
Now wrestling on match number 2 at 175. Josh Pink, Gilbert. Brady Greer, Williamsburg. Pink,
On mat 7, I think we have blood time for Bear.
now wrestling match number 2 at 175.
Catched him there. Kaufman's in weird position. Does flip him to his back, though. No points scored. A lot of rolling around there.
So we're going to throw another wrestler out there, Brady Greer. Let me find out which mat he is starting on.
36 seconds left on mat 3 with Cooper Gates and Kyler Wade. Kyler shoots in. Gets a single leg. Not able to score it as of yet. Tries to get one leg isolated. Does it. Nothing yet because Cooper has the bottom leg. Nothing there. Ends the match. 7-2 win for Cooper Gates over Kyler Wade of Williamsburg. We're doing blood time again. They have 5 minutes worth of blood time, and blood time only counts until they get it stopped. Once they get it stopped and it cuts, then they clean it up on the referee's time.
So that's blood time down there on Marcus Bear in South Tama.
Yes.
Mat 7. So then up on mat 2, we have Brady Greer with 3 over Josh Finka Gilbert, 0. And that one, that's the end of the first period.
Yes. He's up 6-0.
6-0.
Must have got a takedown right at the end. We'll watch him since they're still on blood time on 7. And he's going down to start the second period. Ready to get set. Josh Fink covers. They get started. Comes to a tripod. Comes up. They're in a scramble. Come back down from standing. Brady has his leg and gets a reversal for 2, making it 8-0. Josh Fink comes up. Brady's able to take him back down. Cranks on him. Turns him over. Near fall points coming with a fall. So Brady Greer wins by fall in 3 minutes and 33 seconds. As we go back down, Bear goes in, grabs an ankle, or is able to continue to have the ankle. Scores 10-2 in the second period. Has a chicken wing. Got blood time again. He's got 3 minutes and 22 seconds left to use the blood time. It's getting about the point. I was going to say they're going to take the headgear off. They're going to plug it, and then they're going to wrap it. Once they plug it, they can cut it, and then they're still letting the blood time go down.
Wrestling mat number 2 at 190. Now up on mat number 6 at 190. Kieran Polking, Carroll. Logan Gardner, heading to Lakesburg, Fremont.
Cuts the blood time. We got 2 minutes and 52 seconds left. As we have 1 minute and 7 seconds left in the second period when we resume wrestling. Scores 10-2 in favor of Marcus Bear over Taryn Lawrenson from Woodward Granger. So they've got it plugged now. They've got it stopped. We've got the blood time stopped. But we're going to wrap it just to make sure it doesn't happen again, we hope. They're saying there's a big spot on the map of blood. Hey, just relax because we're not going to do anything until we get the blood wiped off the map. Now we're ready to go. Bear will be on top. Taryn will go down.
Official was out there pointing every spot out, which is good.
Yep. Taryn gets a whizzer. Referee's still saying that Bear has control, and now he loses it to give one more point to Taryn Lawrenson from Woodward Granger. Doesn't slide by, doesn't get it. Bear shoots again, doesn't get it. Kind of hand fighting. Now they're in a collar tie. Taryn kind of shoots in. Bear just kind of defends it off. Tries to get it. Taryn tries to spin around to get it. Bear just stays square. Taryn has a toe in. And that is the end of the period. Scores 10-3. Marcus Bear is on top. Taryn Lawrenson from Woodward Granger. Taryn's going to go down. It's his choice to start the third period. 2 minutes left in the match. They get the match started. Bear tried to break him down, grabs an ankle. Not able to get him off of his base. There he grabs an arm. Let's go. The ankle grabs the arm. Gets him down. Tries to get a chicken wing, but Taryn comes back up. Now Taryn gets out and gets an escape. 10-4. Minute and 30 seconds left in the period. Taryn doesn't, Bear gets laterally dropped to his back. Got 2 minutes in there. We got blood time again. Scores 10-9. 2 minutes and 43 seconds left of blood time.
Lane Street, Washington, Holden Craft, Union, LaPorte City. Reese, Washington, Craft, Union, LaPorte City. Now looks at mat number 5, 190.
Taryn was able to catch Bear pushing in and was able to laterally drop him to his back for not only takedown points, but near fall points.
Once again, 3A wrestlers to the quarterfinals in Consolation.
And they've stopped the blood time with 1 minute and 23 seconds left in the blood time. Marcus Bear will be down.
Consolation, third round, wrestled on mats 1, 2.
I don't know how much more tape you could put and nail that thing in there.
Bill Wolf to the head table, please. Bill Wolf to the head table.
I guess actually the plug fell out is the problem.
What's wrong?
The plug that he had in his nose, I was going back on the video here and it fell out. So that's
Yeah.
his tape fell down and then the plug fell out of his nose.
Well,
Wrestling on mat number 6 at 215.
Taryn gives him a
It's Lear Senel.
escape, and they go. So they're neutral. They go out of bounds. Minute and 10 left.
At 215.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tape a nose, but
Yeah.
you got to try. We don't. Closest I've ever got was 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Fortunately, we were able to keep it in long enough to get that taken care of. So on this match, they're faking, bouncing. Darren has a Russian tied up. Don't know if either one of them have been called for stalling. Goes out of bounds. 35 seconds left.
Wrestling on mat number 3 at 215. Cast 5, Woodward Grazer. Austin Putty.
If you haven't had a stalling call, oh, Bear shoots in. Both of them shoot in. Bear got him in a body lock, got an ankle trip, and took him down to his back end, got the fall. What a move. Instead of getting was really lucky he when he got laterally dropped that he was able to come back out of it. Did a beautiful move there. Did a shot, was able to get in, get the bear hug on it. Did an ankle, a leg sweep with his leg and was able to take him down to his back. Got the fall in 5 minutes and 34 seconds.
Garrett Weaver Wilton. Hendrickson Atlantic. Weaver Wilton. Now wrestling mat number 7.
What a comeback as close as that. That was within 2 points in that very ending seconds there.
Yep. Didn't matter what the score was. When I pin you, it's over.
That's right.
Tremendous comeback from him. You know, to be up 9 to 10, 9 to something or 10 to something, and get laterally dropped for 7 points, and to come back and win with the pin.
Yeah, and to come back in I mean, after getting pinned in your second round, to come back and get a pin to keep staying alive. So another good one on South Tamus Marcus Bear. But as I look down the list, Dave, so Josh, he's advanced, so he's not going to wrestle. And Williamsburg, Carson Greer, he is advanced, so he's not going to wrestle.
Yes.
So that basically ties us up here. I'm just going to I'll hang out for about 5 minutes, and we'll do our end of the night recap at 7 o'clock on KGRN when we bring them back. And for everyone that's been watching on YouTube, we want to thank you greatly for joining us on behalf of Dave Kaizen and myself. All of those great sponsors that we talked about. Colwell Automation in Montezuma, Compass Memorial Healthcare, Linder Tire, Lights Insurance Agency, Patriot Realty, Security Title and Escrow Services, Montezuma State Bank, Fidelity Bank and Trust, Thombert Inc., Corey Hall Photography, Manats, Brooklyn Medical, Brooklyn Mutual Telecommunications Co-op, Dayton Meats, 641 Apparel, and Sully Genco Industries, Star Auto, Sully Transport, Kevin Durbin State Farm, Grinnell Mutual, Brown Shoe Fit, Partner Communications Cooperative, Dre Insurance Agency, Ties Motor Group, Sunny Hill Care Center, as they're probably cheering loud there as Marcus Barrett finished that off with a pin. Compass Memorial, as I said earlier, Ullman Furniture, bunch of great sponsors. So thank you all for your sponsorship. And if you're out and about, please stop in and say thank you for letting you watch this all morning and all afternoon with us as we start to wind up this atmosphere here. Dave, thank you for giving us your analytics all day. Now you go back and take a break, take a rest. Unless are you sticking around to watch some of the 3A?
I'm going to stick around to watch one match of the 3A at least. So it's been a pleasure to bring you the 1A and the 2A today. We have seen a lot of great wrestling. Sometimes it's not come out the way we would like to have it. But just the fact that the kids are getting here and being able to come down, get on the mat, and wrestling in this great tournament, it's a wonderful feeling. It's a wonderful tribute to the great athletes that we have in our area.
If those, we know that there's a few that are there at the Casey Centers that have been listening to us live all day. If you are not staying in Des Moines tonight, I will caution you. When you walk out the doors, very heavy snow that's coming down right now. So be careful when you hit the road right here in the Tama County Poweshiek area as you drive down Interstate 80. We're under a freezing rain section of the radar, so it's very active weather forecast, as Dave and I talked about. It's tournament time. That's when we always see this weather hit the state of Iowa, and it's out there tonight in full force. Western Iowa, you guys be safe over there. They upped that to 5 to 8 inches from Western Iowa up into Carroll along Highway 30 in that group. So be careful if you're out driving, and like I said, if you are listening to us, or if you're going to go back to the motel, or if you're just listening in from home. We appreciate you joining in on this great day of wrestling right here on the Tiger Sports Livestream Network in collaboration with KJRN AM 1410.
Vermillion, Washington, Levansky, Cardinal Community, now wrestling match number 8 and 215.
We good?
We're good, Dave. I'll go ahead and I'll do this 7 o'clock update, and I'll touch base with you in the morning. I think start time's 9 o'clock, so we'll do about the same thing we did yesterday.
Yeah. Sounds great.
Thanks, Dave.
You bet.
Have a good one.
Talk to
Bye. As we start to close this evening out, we're approaching the 7 o'clock hour. We'll be waiting for the folks on the radio station to join us a little bit, but as these mats start to close out, you'll notice that the 215, if you were to able to switch over and you wanted to follow this on Track Wrestle Online, you can. It's going to start to go into the 3A Consolation and next brackets of that session. And that will run on out until, let's see, it's 7 o'clock now. So welcome in on our live update, 7 o'clock update for AM 1410 KJRN, brought to you on the Tiger Sports Livestream Network. Title sponsors for all of our live updates have been Colwell Automation in Montezuma and Compass Memorial Healthcare. Tonight we're just pretty much at 7 o'clock. We're on the close of the brackets, so everyone is done wrestling. I'll give you a quick recap of everyone who has wrestled for the 2A session. We've covered the 1A session quite often. When we start back up tomorrow morning, I'll catch that again, the 2A, just to let everyone know where we're at and who's done what. But for right now, in the Grinnell brackets, currently at the 120-pounders, Eli Feifer, he wrestled his first round. He lost 13-0 to Brody Black. Second round, actually it's the third round, consolation round. Eli wrestled Jaron Jacobs from Grant Junction, and he was pinned in 3 minutes and 49 seconds. Next up on the consolation roundouts, 144, Jack Vitec. In his first round, he lost by pin to Jaden Bucknell. And in his second round, Jack Vitec wrestled Paxton Thompson of Davis County, and he lost 2-8. So fortunately, both of those wrestlers will not be advancing on to the next round, and their tournament is over. So congratulations on them to make it to the state tournament. It's a feat just to get here and wrestle those 2 times. Going on to 150, Alex Feifer in his first round, he lost to Grant Knutson of Decorah 6-3. In round 2 of the Consolation, Alex wrestled Cale Cotter of North Polk and lost 14-5. Next up for Grinnell wrestlers, number 1 ranked Josh Wringler. He had a bye in the first round. Second round, the next person he wrestled was Donovan Hedgerton of Atlantic. He technical fall 15-4 on Donovan, so he is moving on to the next, and he only wrestled once for the afternoon. South Tama, Marcus Bear had an eventful afternoon wrestling at 175. His first match he won over Tyson Strangle of Osage 7-0. His second round he advanced and wrestled the bye round of Kyler Crow from Mediapolis. He lost by pin, so he went into the consolation round. Wrestled Taryn Lawrenson of Woodward Granger and won with a pin in 5 minutes and 34 seconds. That was kind of a long, drawn out. A lot of blood time. Had a bloody nose throughout the match, and they got it sealed up 2 or 3 or 4 times. But they did have a lot of blood time going on through that whole match. For Williamsburg, back at 106, Weston Dreos, he won his first round 10-2. The second round, he lost to Anderson Osgood on a technical fall, 20-3. Round 2, he wrestled back and beat Dawson Caston of Wilton with a fall in 3.33 seconds. So he will advance to live another day and come back and wrestle again tomorrow. At 113, Riker DeWitt had a bye the first round. Second round, he won 4-2 over Caleb Brown of West Liberty. So he will continue on to wrestle tomorrow. At 132, Williamsburg Hayden Albaugh won his first round over Carson Reinhardt of Humboldt at a score of 14-1. Round 2, Hayden lost to Easton Inyart of Ballard on a tech decision of 15-0. In the wrestle back in the consolation side, Hayden Albaugh wrestled Caden Schultz of Tipton and won tech fall. So turn around and give him back his own medicine going back to second side at 19-4. Jumping down for Williamsburg to 157 in the first round, Sawyer Kirby won over Jacob Vance of Osage 12-3. In the second round, Sawyer lost to Mikey Ryan of Mount Vernon on a tech fall 19-4. However, even in the third round, Sawyer then wrestled back for a second chance and he lost to Gavin Gerbach of Dyke New Hartford 7-1. At the 165-pound weight limit is Kyler Wade. In his first round, he lost to Christopher Meyer of Independence on a fall in 2.50 seconds. In round 2, Kyler lost to Cooper Gates of West Branch 2-7. Moving on to 175, Williamsburg Brady Greer. He beat Drevin Smith from Atlantic with a pin in 1.36 seconds. In round 2, Brady had to wrestle a bye round that took him into wrestling Kaysen Curran from Mount Vernon, which he lost 0-3. So since he won his first round, he was able to come back and wrestle into the consolation round, where Brady wrestled Josh Fink from Gilbert, and he won in a fall in 3.30 seconds. So Brady will wrestle into that third place bracket if he keeps winning. All the way down to 285 with the bye in the first round, Carson Greer beat Reagan Roberts from Knoxville with a pin in 1.13 seconds. So that is kind of a summary of the 2A class. We'll go back. Let's take a 2-minute break and hear a word from our sponsors, and I'll do a recap of the 1A class. So see back here in 2 minutes. You've been listening to the live update on 1410 KJRN with the Tiger Sports Live Stream Network. 2 minutes. Welcome back to the live update for the 7 o'clock hour on AM 1410 KJRN along with Tiger Sports Livestream Network. I'm Dan Walker. Earlier throughout the whole day, Dave Kaizen was with me doing the analytics on the play-by-play for everything that was on the mats. We did our quick recap for the 2A that we just finished up, and we'll do a 1A recap as we close the evening out, as this is going to be our last update until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So finishing up for BGM on the 1A side, they had 157 Brock York wrestling. He had a loss to Lincoln Levin from Central City, 14-5, and then in the second round, Brock was able to have a win, and he won over Ethan Bauer with a fall 241. So he'll go ahead and continue down the bracket to try to keep winning. At 165, Sully Thompson lost to Connor Stills. 11-2 was the score, and then in his second wrestleback round, Sully lost to Dawson Allen from East Sac County and in a fall in 1.33. At 2:15, Reed Slater lost to Carter Eitz from Hudson in a pin, 3.30 seconds. And in the second wrestleback round, Reed Slater beat Ben Monahan from West Monona with a score of 6-3, and that one went into overtime. Back from Belle Plaine, Brody Hosick at 106 lost in his first round 10-3 to Keaton Whitrock. His second round, he lost to Jacob Lawson in a pin, so he is done for the wrestling tournament. At 138, William Sancock lost to Brady Brosh from Don Bosco 10-1, and in the second wrestleback round, William was able to beat Evan Erpenbach from West Lyon in a fall 256, so he stays alive to wrestle back tomorrow. In a first round by Aiden Tim, in his second round, he won against Chance Christensen of Riceville 13-4, so he wrestles tomorrow. Wade Sancock in his first round beat Harley Larimar from Waco Whalen with a pin. His second round he wrestled Adam Groom from North Mahaska and lost by pin at 5:42. And then his consolation wrestleback he won over Winton Hogan from Central City 18-2. Down to 165, Derek Creasley lost to Gavin Weitzel of Southwest Valley 10-2. In his wrestleback round on the consolation side, he lost to Calvin Harley with a pin at 3:53. And that takes care of all of our Belle Plaine wrestlers. East Marshall had one. East Marshall Meskwaki. That had been Jordan Melling. In his first round, he lost to Riker Van Den Hervel of Sigourney Keota 10-1. In his second round, he lost to Luke Schrader, Missouri Valley, in a fall of 3.36. So his activity at the state tournament is done. Going on to HLV, we had Briar Jack with a loss to Wade Hawkins in the first round, 1-9 from Logan Magnolia. Briar did wrestle a third round in the consolation, and he lost to Owen Scott from Westwood Solon in a fall in 55 seconds. At 157, Cale Weiskopf, he had a bye his first round, and he turned around and he won by fall over Cascades Calvin Maternock. So he will advance into tomorrow's rounds. And that is all we have for HLV. Linville Sully, Matthew Mennel had a round. His first round he beat Maddox Morrison. His third round, he beat Sam Egan from Summer Fredericksburg 13-0, so he continues to move on. Jet Kramer had a bye the first round. His second round, he wrestled Jax Thomason and lost 15-5. His third round, he wrestled back and beat Ethan Graker from West Hancock with a fall of 116. And that rounds out the Linville Sully wrestlers. Coming back up to North Mahaska, Cooper Sampson had a bye the first round. His second round, he had a fall in 1:20 seconds over Landon Thayer from Logan Magnolia. Rounding out the North Mahaska wrestlers, Aiden Groom, as I mentioned, he had a pin over Wade Sancock the first round, he actually had a bye, so he wrestled once and he'll wrestle again tomorrow. At 165, Ryan Groom had a bye also. He wrestled Hunter Newman in his second round and pinned him in 37 seconds, so he advances on. At 175, Max Reed wrestled Lane Mitchell, and he pinned him in 102. In the 190 weight class, Chance Engel from North Mahaska lost to Nolan Kriegel from Iowa Valley Marengo in a fall at 1.48. In the second round, Chance Engel wrestled Regan Richardson from Riceville and lost. So Chance is done on his efforts at the state tournament. And for North Mahaska, that carries that out. In the last part of 1A is the Montezuma wrestlers. Wrestling at 126, Wesley Ross was beat by Brody Carter from West Monona Whiting 9-6. And in round 2, Wesley lost to Tatum Honda from Cascade 15-0. And then we jump down, and that is all of our Montezuma wrestlers. I thought I had one more. Nope, where's Platts at? Here we go, all the way down here. 215, Braxton Plants won over Ben Mahona with West Mahanahan. West Monona Whiting is the school, and he pinned him in 53 seconds. So that is our Thursday recap for 7 o'clock on AM 1410 KJRN, brought to you by Caldwell Automation and Compass Memorial. Let me go through and read that list of all of our sponsors before we get off the air. Linder Tire, Lights Insurance Agency in Montezuma and New Sharon, Patriot Realty, Brooklyn, Montezuma, Linville, Sully, and Grinnell, Security Title and Escrow Services, Montezuma State Bank, Fidelity Bank and Trust, First State Bank with locations in Montezuma, Brooklyn, Linville, Sully, and Grinnell, Thombert Inc., Quarry Hall Photography, serving multiple areas in this local vicinity, Manats, Brooklyn Medicine, Brooklyn Mutual Telecommunications Co-op, Dayton Meat Products, 641 Apparel and Sully, Janko Industries, Star Auto, Sully Transport, Kevin Durman State Farm, Grinnell Mutual, Browns Shoe Fit, Partner Communications Cooperative, Dre Insurance, Ties Motor Group, Sunny Hill Care Center, and Ullman Furniture. So thank you again to all those sponsors. Without them, we would not be able to bring these live updates to you on the hour and at the bottom of the hour. So thank you again. For myself, I'm Dan Walker. Dave Kaiser was helping with analytics all day. Ron McCarthy is running the board back at the Grinnell Studios. Thank you for joining us on this collaboration between the Tiger Sports Livestream Network and KJRN. And we'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. And for those watching, there will be another stream code. We'll post that out for the 2 sessions, and you'll be able to join us online live. So, again, I'm Dan Walker. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.